Hey guys, how's it going? So, while I was off stream talking to everyone in Taion's old colony's location, just trying to get some reputation down, I did find out there's actually a hero quest for Isurd, which doesn't surprise me. So far, I think... Oh, he's right here. So far, I do think my theory was mostly correct. I mean, out of all the heroes we have so far, the only one that isn't like a commander of a given colony, which, you know, not a huge amount that we've seen so far, but the only one so far is actually Riku and Minana. Zeon's the commander of our old colony. Let's see. We've got, what's his name? I can't remember. But this guy's the... Oh, Valdi, sorry. Valdi's the commander of Colony 30. Obviously, we have Ethel from Colony 4, and now we have Isurd from Taion's former colony. So I figured we'd start out with that, and then we do a few of the side quests before hopping back into the main story. We've kind of been neglecting those a bit, honestly, because I've been really involved in the main story. So we built up quite a few. That being said, I did go and look it up. I've tried, again, to stay as spoiler-free as possible, but I did look up just to see if there were any missables for this game. And it doesn't seem to be the case, as far as I can tell. People are saying there are some time-limited quests, which I think is pretty expectable, but that being said, as far as like missing side quests or missing out on recruiting heroes and such, I don't actually think that's the case. At least as far as I can tell. So, I figured we'd just hop and do this quest, do some side quests, and... I don't know, I was thinking about doing like full-on side quest streams, but I was just thinking that might get a little bit boring, honestly, really fast for me and to watch. So, we'll just see. Maybe try to do bits and pieces here and there. But it depends on how long this hero quest will take. I think the Riku and Minana one and a lot of the others have taken about an hour. But there's no telling. I'm also not 100% certain how to get over to where this one is. Huh. Let me see. Yeah, anyway, yeah, I'm not surprised at all. I had thought, I think, towards the end of last stream that Isurd would probably be playable. Not playable, but as a recruitable as a hero character. I am really interested to see, though. I'm the only other character that we've seen so far. I mean, Valdi was kind of sprung on us. Isurd, you know, had been in the story for a bit. Ethel was, I would argue, was also foreshadowed. Obviously, Riku and Minana were as well. I'm pretty sure that surely Cammuravi, the commander that Ethel got into a fight with prior, like her big rival, I'm pretty sure he'll be playable. Sorry, not playable, hero character. I need to stop saying that. But I'm pretty sure that'll be the case. Just a prediction so far. I am getting further from the subject. That being said, though, who knows? I mean, I've still been speculating to myself, like, how many colonies there are actually active. Because you have to consider, if Valdi is the leader of Colony 30, that suggests that, you know, there's obviously at least 30 colonies, but I doubt we'll be involved with that many. But at the same time, I've also been wondering, if a colony is destroyed, are they actually replaced? You know, is, like, say Colony 4 was just gone one day. Would they make another Colony 4, or would they just... would it be gone? So that could also affect things, I think. But, all in all, just interesting. I don't know how many colonies there will also be. As far as named after, like, Greek letters and stuff. But, I'm interested to see. I remember starting out last stream, I was just thinking to myself, and I'd even titled the stream, like, I wonder how many, you know, when we'll see a colony from Agnes, and then it was like immediately we got involved with this one, so who knows. Yeah, there's definitely a lot to be seen though. Like, even a few streams ago I'd speculated and I'd wondered if there would be more mechanics added to this game, and then we found out that, you know, there's a flip side of everyone's interlink form, you know? Just really, really cool stuff. I'm also trying to figure out when we're going to be able to upgrade our interlink trees further. Because several of them are still locked, and I don't know why that is. But, let's leak down. Alright. Yeah, I warped all the way back out to that travel point because I assumed that was the closest place to it, because usually when you're hovered over a destination for a quest, and you hit map, it'll show you exactly like where that is. But looks like I was wrong. Looks like there's some kind of roundabout path, which is interesting because we might be walking for a hot second. If I'd known, I probably would have just walked straight there before starting the stream. That's okay. Lucky enemy, I mean... We could stop by, do like that optional fight and stuff like that. I try to do them as much as I can, because the rewards for them are pretty helpful. But... I don't know, I'm eager to do this hero quest, to get some side quests knocked out, and I want to keep continuing the story. It's getting really, really interesting.
How about it? Shall we take it on?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the aggro range on elites is a little bit higher as well. I'm not sure though. But I've been curious, like, I'm excited once I get, like, through most of the story, maybe I'll look it up, but I've been wondering, like, I'm sure people have already got, like, I mean, I know people have already beaten this game. I think people have beaten it within, like, 2 or 3 days of it coming out, but I'm curious because I'm sure there'll be, like, tier lists on what weapons are actually really good, what heroes you want with you, arts and everything, but, yeah, we'll just have to see. I really like just feeling things out and kind of seeing how things are, and then reflecting, I guess, after I've beaten the game. I did the same thing with 2, and I just thought it was really funny, because in 2, to be fair, I really did just use Pyramithra for most of my personal playthrough. But, like, I had no idea until I was doing my endgame farming, and I was looking stuff up, that the 3rd form of Poppy was so broken, because I didn't use Torah for most of my playthrough. So, we'll see. It is interesting that Isurd is a healer, though. I've wondered if there's any possibility that the former commander... We could do a chain attack off. I've wondered if there's any possibility that Taion's former commander, the one who sacrificed herself, could be playable. I can't imagine that's the case. But at the same time... You know, we just found out that... what's his name? I'm terrible with names, sorry. I can picture anybody's face that I've met, like, years ago. I swear off the top of my head, but I can't remember names to save the life of me. But the consul that we ran into for this colony was their previous friend who we thought was, who we all thought was dead. For, like, the 3 chapters we played so far. So there's a possibility, because we didn't see her death, is my thought. Like, obviously it was heavily, heavily implied. But at the same time, he also said that he did actually, I don't know. Just interesting stuff. There we go.
Too easy. Come after me, and that's what you get.
So Isurd's a healer, actually. I wonder, can I see his weapon real quick? I was having a hard time really seeing it. So, Strategioso. He's a special guns to aid allies. There's a lot of ranged healers in this game, aren't there? I don't know if you could really consider Taion's weapon ranged, because when they're spinning around you, you're basically in melee range, but that's kind of ranged. This is ranged. Valdi uses, I can't think of that as any, I know it's not a glue gun, but I swear that's just the first thing that pops in my head. Yeah, this is a pretty decent hike to get back to, where we're supposed to be going. To be fair, I think a lot of these hero quests too are really good about kind of getting you to explore some of these areas where you might not have to, same with the side quests. But I also have no idea where the story quest is taking us next.
We should be able to, but since we're going to
That's
the
the
Great
Great
Falls,
Falls.
we won't need to.
Interesting. The Mina Gate.
The tunnels are up ahead.
Yeah, I do like the hero mechanic though. I think it'd be a lot cooler if we could just play as the characters, don't get me wrong. But I think in the context of the story and how everything slots together, it makes sense that we just have the core 6. But overall, just really impressed with this game. I think they like really thought out a lot of things really well. Here we go.
The tunnel walls should have been stabilized. What happened?
Yeah, they were talking about going to a tunnel or something like that. I don't remember
Look over
exactly what
there.
it was. It kind of caught me off guard because I thought it was just a regular dialogue.
It's
And then it was
cracked.
like, hero quest, Isurd. And I was like, I shouldn't have done that. I never try to progress any quests off stream.
They must have been living in a place with
On,
elevated
games like
ether
this.
concentration, then found their way in here. We better get there quick. But there's no direct path there. We'll have to go around.
You've got Levises, don't you? Wanted to make short work of these things.
But we need permission from each squad's leader to activate a Levnis.
Huh. Seems like a bit of a biting restriction.
Oh, come the snuff on. This is an emergency.
You stay here on standby. There might be another clap, so we'll go on alone.
Sounds like a bad idea.
But Commander,
Execute a partial evacuation once the tunnel mouth is secured.
Yeah, Isurd seems like a very pragmatic leader, though,
Wounded.
in terms of decision making, how they choose to lead.
I take full accountability.
yes sir.
Now, all of you.
Just interesting.
We'll be fine, Commander. You can count on us.
To be fair, I think with the exception of Valdi, who is in a bit of a different position as like a mechanic leader,
Sorry for
most of the commanders that we've had do seem to be very level-headed. You know, Ethel, Zeon,
reach the cave in.
all of them. There's nobody who's just like super hot-headed.
First off, we'll need to find a way up.
For maybe, you know, technically Cammuravi because he's literally on fire, but, you know.
I'm the one you want.
Oh, level 38 enemies, huh? One thing I will say about this game too is I thought with having 6 people plus a hero, it'd be like, yeah, there's 7 of us, so we could take on higher level enemies. It doesn't seem like that's the way the game's balanced, you know? Just because there's 7 of us that are level 31 doesn't mean we could go take on, like, someone 10, 20 levels higher than us, we'd still get clapped. Which makes sense, I just...
Mimi? Sure I did, Sana. You look great.
Anyway, I'd say I'm wondering who will inherit Isurd's weapon first, but I'm pretty certain it's got to be Taion, right?
All right.
He was already a support character at the start, and that just would make sense. Oh, okay, let me just push that off. Imagine if I fell down here and had to walk. Oh, okay, that's what that's for. I was gonna say. Imagine if I fell off that and had to walk all the way back. I'd be so sad. I seriously would have just walked right up to where that quest began if I'd realized that it was going to take like 5 minutes to walk over there. I just didn't expect that. Where are we going? I think if I teleport here, that'd be faster. I could be wrong, but... This hero quest actually has... Oh. What? Oh. You don't know. This, honestly, this quest has a lot more walking, unironically, than most of the ones we've done so far. As far as gameplay weapons go, though, I've been trying to figure out which weapons I like the most. I really like actually Riku and Minano's weapon, and I like Ethel's weapon. It's interesting, though, because... who is it? Zeon's weapon is also a sword and a shield, but I don't think it feels as good, but I think that's partially due to the fact that it's his tank weapon. Overall, though, I think the plan really is just keep rapidly...
I'm the girl with the gun.
Try and keep, like, a pretty balanced team. Switch characters every now and then switch off weapons as soon as they hit max rank. I am like 99% certain it mentioned somewhere that you could increase the level cap past 10, rank 10 on your weapons. However, I don't know how to do that. I'm assuming it's a quest. I've been wondering if it's like specific to each weapon or if it's going to be, you know, you do one quest and then everything can go to 20. Just an interesting system.
Oops, they found us.
What did she have?
Thanks for the
Okay,
support.
she had Baldi's weapon. Yeah, I will say, I genuinely think playing healer in 3 feels better than it did playing in 2, and I still don't like it. I think the only way it might feel really, really good is if You get like, I don't know, 3-player multiplayer or something like that, and have one person be like healer, one person be attacker, one defender, or even just 2 people. Because I don't think it feels too bad like tanking for the NPCs. And the NPCs seem to be pretty good about handling the healing, at least to a reasonable degree. But I don't know, something about relying on them to tank and DPS while depending on my healing, which I'm still not 100% certain on the positioning for, feels a little bit odd.
Give me a break. We all worked hard for that.
That being said, though, it's always been on my mind, like, the mud puppets that were used to kind of attack us at first. You know, they said that it was basically how it was like almost like a puppet without emotions. So they spoke their mind, and Isurd was so resentful of Taion, kind of blaming him for their commander's death. But I still stand by the statement that like Isurd was the second in command, just because Taion was the one behind the plan that went awry. Like, they're in the middle of war. Nobody can, you know, plan for every single circumstance. And if anyone should have been there to spot the flaws in the plan and point it out and kind of change the path, you'd think it would have been the commander or the second in command.
Next elevator, we should be right there.
Whoa, check this place out.
Come on, let's get to it.
Interesting that we have another quest kind of down in this mine/caves area, because this is basically where the entirety of Riku and Minanas were. And I was pleasantly surprised. I really didn't think that they'd be hero characters, let alone a duo character. That's one of those things that I think might have been obvious, but I just didn't quite catch it.
Okay.
Can anyone hear me? We're here to help.
Commander!
Yeah, I thought we were on a rescue mission.
Casualties here.
Looks like there weren't too many working this deep inside.
Okay.
I'm glad everyone's unharmed. I didn't think there'd be a cave in here, considering the geology, and with this level of structural support. I suppose the cave wall was weak enough for the monsters lurking there to break through.
Yeah, I was gonna say there were monsters everywhere, and there's a chance of foul play, you never know.
Concentrated deposits. The monsters that lived there must have sensed the chance.
The ether find is good news, but for now, let's get everyone out.
Yeah.
There might be more monsters. You better keep an eye out.
Noted.
We're close to the site of the cave-in. Let's pick up the pace.
I actually do think if things had gone differently, Taion wouldn't have been a bad, you know, colony leader. Probably could have done the job pretty well.
This is new. Hey, this one means
Oh my gosh.
Absorbing the ether. Stay on your guard.
Luckily, I don't think we aggroed all of them. What is aggroed on me? Ow. Let's see though. I've been meaning to test the theory though. I didn't have a chance off stream. But it said if you go in to chain attack during interlink level 3, you do automatically get the chain, like the interlink chain attack little node. And we tried it when we had level 3 like available to us, and that wasn't it. So I've been wondering if you have to actually be in interlink, because I know you can start a chain attack once you're in that form. And for the life of me, I have no idea which side is better, you know, like, because before we had only Noah's, Uni's, and Lance's side of interlink, and then with this last chapter quest, that's when we got the ability to do everyone else's. Like, Noah's feels like a pretty generic, like, powerful sword fighter to me, whereas Mio's very clearly is designed to be like a quick moving one, it seems like, just by visual design. But just interesting stuff. I never know if I should chain attack. I'm pretty sure you get better rewards for overkilling. It just feels like such overkill to like chain attack a regular enemy. Let's see. I think the plan is here. See, the problem is though, I feel like the answer always is now that we have this new mechanic, try to get a pair. Which makes it harder to justify going for the hero you up with use choice there. Because, for example, if we do Noah's here and then we find Mio's, we can do the super powerful attack. That's not really an option. Guarantees a Bravo rating on it. Oh, okay. But that's not really... It's still potentially an option, but it's less of a potential option if you use the Heroes node. Just something to keep in mind. Let's see, so we didn't get meals. See, like, Taion's appeared here twice. I don't know if it's completely random which ones appear as well. So that does also potentially affect what we do. Let's try just patience. I haven't been super particular about which skill we use. The only time I've really paid attention is if we need heals. Making sure that the healers are using a healing art there. Because against the regular enemy, yeah, we were basically always guaranteed to finish the attack. There we go. Okay, so we can get... Yeah, Senna and Lanz here. If we're really min-maxing, like during boss fights, I think the idea is to make sure you're using as many attacks as possible, but instead of like just using Neos there for the entire completion, but it's fine. Big Bang Implosion, huh? We haven't seen this before, actually. Greatly increases damage ratio and deals defense bypassing damage. Okay, that could be a good boss killer. I do really like that it restores everyone's points or action there as well, because it guarantees that you can get the completion. Which is something that I had been worried about when I first saw this mechanic. I've also been confused too if there will be, like, for example, Lan's flip side of that, because Lan's very clearly, like, you see both people's, for example, we've only, up until that point, we'd really only used Noah and Neos, but it shows both of their forms, both, like, the blade and then Mio's twin rings, so I don't actually know if, you know, there's a flip side, or if it just, it shows one of them, you know, there it shows Senna, but that counts for both hers and Lanz's chain attack node. I will say the one nice thing about healer, though, is I believe both attacks, and basically all the attackers and the tanks, I can't recall if any of the healers have a mechanic like this, but I don't have to worry about where I'm standing in position to an enemy. I don't really, unless it's a tough fight anyways. But like the Senna's hammer that Mio was using when we first started the stream has a front blowdown and then like a side attack up, I think it is. Whereas like this weapon, I really don't have to worry about it. I just have to hold my arts to make sure we're healing.
Somewhat cleaned up. I guess riding Alevnis meant they avoided any serious injuries.
Yeah.
A little silver lining to a great big cloud. Glad
No, I mean, I've had to fight in this war. I'd love to be a Lebanese pilot. Seems a little less dangerous.
No, all of you. Thanks for your assistance. You saved us.
On the contrary, Commander. We were just following your orders.
Right. We could only react so fast thanks to your quick thinking.
Okay.
That's about as much as I can do.
Isurd does seem like I've mentioned, I already said it, but I think Isurd's just a very grounded, like, pragmatic person.
And due to that,
Very
the
calm,
rescue was a
level-headed.
success.
That's probably why I was so, you know, just anyone saying what the Mud clone was to Taion
You've
in
even
the story
managed to
would have been
secure
very,
a
very
nearby
jarring,
ether
but
deposit.
kind
I'm a
of
bit
crazy.
jealous.
Yes. Actually, our troops reported a harvestable ether source recently.
Okay.
And with enough resources in the bank, perhaps the colony could have some peace of mind.
Yeah, especially now that they're no longer connected to their flame clock. We're kind of running around freeing everybody from him, because it is good to have them free of Mobius's control. But at the same time, we haven't really been considering the consequences. We're like, yeah, we'll help you if you need anything, but,
By the way, how
you
are
know,
your travels?
I think it was Xeon was saying they'll learn how to farm,
Our travel.
things like that, but that's easier said than done.
Sometimes I'm envious of folk like you. Strong-willed and forging ahead.
Well, we're not that.
Actually, I think being a commander is a pretty big deal in its own way, eh?
Yeah. I'd never want to be a leader because you're so...
Smoldering Cammuravi and the famed Silvercoat certainly are.
See, they just... Everything suggests that Cammuravi will be playable. There's a chance Cammuravi just shows up as like an enemy and only an enemy, I think. But I kind of doubt it.
Not that kind of lone pioneering type.
I think
Most people feel the same, yeah.
feel the same.
I know my own weakness best of anyone.
No, I'm always kind of the behind-the-scenes type of person. Not the, I guess the standout person, but I have a friend like that who's... I have a couple friends like that who are always kind of like the leader of the friend group and everything, you know? And they don't ever view themselves like that.
The consul sensed my weakness.
Some people do
knew I
maybe,
passed
but...
my responsibility to another and took merciless
I think that's
advantage
part of having such a grounded personality is... Oh, wow. Yeah. But understanding those shortcomings.
That's one thing I learned from losing. Ironically, if I hadn't experienced that loss,
Yeah, that's
I'd
fair.
never have come to understand this feeling in me. Sorry, no one needs to hear all that.
That is really sad, but... Isurd's got a lot on his shoulders,
Yes,
for sure.
I owe you all, don't I? Would you come to the commander's office later? I'll be waiting.
Is this the entire hero quest? This was a really short hero quest. I mean, we spent a lot of time running around, granted. But if that's it, that's kind of surprising to me. Felt like Riku and Mananas involved a lot more. Had a cutscene and everything. Maybe it's not over, but... To be fair, Isurd's also been directly part of so many story events that maybe there doesn't need to be more.
So, I wanted to thank you all somehow.
We
Why
didn't
does he
lend a
keep
hand
making
just
that
so you'd
hand
give us
gesture?
something in return.
Looks a little bit unnatural to me for some reason.
Too right. We don't expect any thanks.
That may be so, but
Oh yeah. Did the thing with the autolevs get sorted out?
I only just got a report saying they don't know why they won't work. After seeing that cave-in, I want to investigate thoroughly.
Okay.
An autolev is vital for that investigation. If we can't
Huh.
bring them back here, they can't be of any use to us.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
I'm not planning on getting you involved for every little thing.
Jeez.
I already can't thank you enough for your help with the cave-in.
Excuse me, Commander. I have a report about the autonomous Levnesses.
Any new developments?
Yes, sir. It seems they're operational.
Oh, okay, that's good. It's probably safer than having a
see.
pilot.
They wanted you to take a look and judge if they can be used.
I mean,
or
we
not,
ran
sir.
into some of those Levnesses that were, like, automated before. And that's how we got involved with this colony in the first place, when they were under Amobius's control.
Well, I'm sorry for bringing you all out here. I have to go.
Okay.
I'd like to come along.
What do you mean?
Oh. Nope, it does seem like there's more of this hero
Ooh,
quest.
good call. I need some closure on this.
We won't get in the way. Is that okay?
As you wish. Then follow me.
Cave at Pure Blossom. I would think that I can just teleport here and run down. I could be wrong. Yeah, this hero quest is... There's a chance I'm just missing out on some landmarks. I remember when we did one of the other side quests, we teleported down there and I realized, oh, there was a landmark right here. It was actually the clovers that Uni's always looking for. That one. We did it on a stream. I walked all the way over there. Well, no, I teleported to the unique enemy statue that we had there. And then found out that there was a landmark right there anyways. Caught me a bit off guard. That's 2 lucky enemies and an elite. Oh, okay. We'll stop by and take care of that real quick.
Wait for a moment.
But...
I'm the one you want.
That's interesting. I wouldn't be surprised, though. Just because of that. Because it does feel like 500 to 600 meters plus, in terms of like game distance from what it measures, seems like a long ways to walk in between objectives. At least to me. Running into multiple lucky enemies though does seem pretty lucky. If we don't have to fight that elite, I might not. I just felt like like, I haven't even been grinding the past couple of sessions off stream in terms of killing enemies. It's mostly been running around grabbing resources, just so we have them in case we need them later. Because with bonus XP as well, it actually feels like we're becoming a really high level really fast, even without doing side quests, which I don't mind. Overall, I'm really here to enjoy the story. If I wanted a really hard game, I'd play, like, I don't know, the Souls games or something on stream. But that being said, still... there comes a point where, like, it still balances some gameplay to not be too over-leveled, you know?
We don't exactly have what I'd call an open schedule.
Sorry, I know this is selfish.
No, that's okay, Time. I still remember, I think I said the last stream, I thought it was, or a stream or two ago. I think it's so funny that we're constantly reminded, like, Mio's got, like, less than 3 months to live, everyone's after us, and then we stop and help everybody with every little thing.
Someone I just want to help, even if I didn't owe him. I think every soldier in Lambda probably feels the same.
Yeah.
It sounds nice, doesn't
Even
it?
when Isurd wasn't, like, the
Feel
literal
an
commander,
attachment to your colony, to your commander.
just seems like a good person, and it's
Yeah,
easier to, like, be a
definitely.
subordinate to someone who's a decent person than it is somebody who's just a total scumbag. I mean, even in real life, same thing with, like, jobs.
What
If
happened?
the supervisor treats you well, it's a lot
Hey,
easier
is
to work
everything
hard for them.
okay? Come
Okay,
on,
but seriously, though, why does he keep sticking out his hand like that? Is that just like his signature pose?
The Levnesses, they started moving all of a sudden,
Oh no, rogue AI? That's horrifying.
and then they just came for us.
But any autonomous unit should have safeguards to stop it attacking us.
Sounds like those safeguards are really working. Good job.
Cave right up ahead.
They'll be fine.
Lucky thing we tagged along, eh?
Please stay back, Commander. We can take it.
What are you saying, man? I'm fighting. It'd be a lousy example for the troops if I just stood around and stared.
Yeah, lead by example.
Then let's
Part
go.
of being a good leader. It's gonna be like 1 or 2 more fights with Uni, then
Guys,
switch.
get ready to fight.
Did I just... Oh,
I'm the one you want.
take care of this first, I suppose. It really does feel to me, though, like, chain attacks against... Sometimes using them as elites or, like, story fights. I mean, but, like, story boss battles, they're time I'm like, I need to use multiple chain attacks in one fight. A lot of the rest of the time, like, even in that previous fight we used it on, it just felt a bit excessive. And then you spend a long time going through all the chain attack animations and everything to get the most overkill value out of it. But that's how I was like, I'm just gonna end the fight. I'd rather come back and fight maybe 1 or 2 more battles later if I have to than chain attack every living thing that I have the chance to and have it take a short eternity. I'm really interested to see what Isurd's weapon is like. It's another healing gun, similar to what I'm using right now, but I'm assuming it's going on Taion again. It just doesn't make much... Did we just... Oh, I thought it just fell into the water. Wouldn't make much sense to me, though, if anyone else inherited it. This is like my issue with healing, is I just see Senna randomly drop. And I don't think my AoE heal is reaching her all the time, so I feel like I need to go find her in the middle of everything going on. Heal her and then hope she doesn't die. There we go. Unfortunately, I think the drops are probably going to drop down there.
Hey, is that...
Can I get back up if I... that's unfortunate. I hate to leave elite drops down there, but I
a cave?
would have to walk all the way back around. It's fine.
Whoa, check this place.
That is horrifying. That's...
Uh-oh.
Yeah, not a
I think
fan.
they just gave me the side eye.
Oh, wow. I'm actually going to interlink here. I don't know exactly how much of a difference it makes being in a given level of interlink versus like 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, or 3. Aside from the whole directly mentioned, like, you can start out with your chain attack buff. But I kind of like my strategy of just not worrying about what level it is, and then if people are getting low, just interlink them real quick. That keeps them safe for a little bit longer. Gives you a chance to get some momentum going in the fight. Interesting. Ooh, Noah's going down. Ah, see? The AI did the same thing. Noah was about to go down, immediately switched out. It is crazy to me. It makes sense, but how much lower the healer and attacker's health pools are in comparison to the defenders. They have like a third the health sometimes. It's kind of crazy. Let's try... I've learned in the past that resetting your healers on chain attacks isn't always the best idea, because they can't actually finish out chains. But I do want to see what Taion's and Uni's are, so let's try it. Both of them were available there, so I'm hoping we'll get the chance to do Taion's now afterwards. Give us a chance to heal up too. Yeah, no, it was pretty roughed up there. Let's see. Yeah, see it reset Uni there. Okay, there's Taion, so we have the chance to do this here. I know it ends the chain attack, so I don't know how much it matters if, like, we were trying to do, like, if we could have maybe greeted there, tried to get a second one that wasn't Taion, and then do Taion third. Stuff like that, though, those little nuances, I have no idea if they matter. I've also been meaning to test my theory if a healer that is a hero unit can actually end a chain. So let me see. Because I thought when I was using Valdi for the first... Yeah, when I was using Valdi for the first time, Valdi's also a healer. He was able to end the chain. So it looks like the whole not able to go past 99% thing is restrictive to the healers from the main 6. Yeah, let's just do this. So greatly increases damage ratio. Actually, have I seen that before? Maybe I have. I know prior to the stream I hadn't seen Senna and Lances, but that's interesting. Kind of crazy that we're doing this much though, and this enemy's still up. It goes back to what I was saying though. I think that the actual story and quest boss enemies have so much health in comparison to literally anything else, which makes sense. It's just kind of crazy to me. Yeah, Taion's illusion thing that I showed actually was really cool in the story quest when we first saw Taion, because Taion and Uni were the first ones that showed the opposite side of their interlink, with Taion actually taking over instead of Uni. And it was actually really, really cool the way they revealed that. Personality-wise, I admittedly probably like Taion the least of the 6. Again, he's one of those characters that it makes sense the way he is. Very kind of cynical, all that kind of stuff. It makes sense to me, don't get me wrong. It thematically makes sense, it just still is... And he's starting to warm up to everyone else, it just... That kind of thing tends to rub me a bit the wrong way. I didn't need to use my healing art there, actually, oops. I'm just so programmed in mind to be like, okay, once I have it, just cancel the next attack and do it. We might just try to build up chain attack real quick here and then just finish this enemy off with another chain attack. It really does seem to be the most efficient way to take out any enemy with a good excess of health. Oh, everyone's interlinking. I want to hold off on doing my interlink here until I have chain attack and then interlink level 3 and see if that's what I was missing previously. Assuming I get it before I kill this enemy actually, because they're taking a lot of damage. There we go. Interlink? Chain attack. Let me just see. Okay, so that is what I was doing wrong. You don't have to just have... It's not just have Interlink level 3 ready, it's have it active. That's really important to know. And I think it said when you lead with this one, instead of immediately ending the chain attack, it does... let you continue the chain attack. I don't know if it'll refund everybody's stuff afterwards the way it does, but we'll see. Yeah, this one does a respectable amount of damage though, and fully heals the party. Pretty nice actually. Oh yeah, I just gave it... Okay, well. Really? So there are a flip side. Dang, we're learning all sorts of new stuff already. Grand design, though. It does the same thing, it looks like. So it looks like if you actually do... There is a benefit to starting out in Interlink level 3, then. Because you get to use both sides immediately. That's super helpful. In fact, I actually think doing it with Uni and Taion might be the way to go. Although it's a bit redundant, I guess, to fully heal the team twice. That's really cool. Wow, that's awesome. I really like that. If that's the case, that does seem to be the way to go for boss fights as well. Now imagine if we... Yeah, I was gonna say, imagine if we didn't have this Ouroboros interlink. Trying to fight out Levnesses and everything.
You've barely put a dent in it.
Well, to be fair, that is kind of the point of the Levnesses, no? That they're not easy to take down.
Right.
Here's where Isurd shows his leadership as well. Oh, he uses... That looks very similar to Mia's weapon, even though it said it was like a... Is that a gun? I thought it said his weapon was like various guns.
Now, Taion! Open fire!
Nice one.
Brilliant work, Taion.
Even when he was about to get hit there, it seemed like he just trusted Taion to get him out of the way. Again, leads back to the whole... Isurd seems to be the type of leader that people would want to follow. Oh. I get that they've gone rogue, but aren't these also supposed to be the, Oh, it's Isurd. Isn't this the equipment that we're trying to use for this colony? Are we just really gonna blow it up?
It's over.
They actually looked a bit sinister when I said that. Huh. I mean, at least the auto Levnesses won't be attacking people, but...
Feels like all I do is ask you to clean up our messes.
Kind of thought that was important to them.
If there's anything I can do.
But why did they go berserk?
Mio doesn't care. She's like, yeah, we've heard this spiel before.
It might have been set so they couldn't tell between friend and foe once restarted.
Oh, okay.
You think so? So you're saying that forcing them to restart overwrote the previous instructions?
Interesting. Why would that be the initial instructions, though?
I'll have engineering give me the details.
Maybe in case... There he goes with the pose again.
We need them in running
Maybe
order,
in case
but
the
they can
enemy
be
takes over
dangerous
him, but still.
tools, so care is paramount. Regardless, let me know if there's any way I can thank you.
We told you before, we didn't do this for any
Apparently
reward.
the way he can thank us is by, you know,
You won't fly. I can't rest easy
traveling with
knowing
us
I'm
and doing
this
our work
deep
for
in
us while
someone
we
else's
fight.
debt.
If you're going to insist. Do we need anything, guys?
Let me think.
All right, I've
Yeah,
got something.
I was gonna say I can't think of anything. They need maybe resources for
Whatever
travel.
it is, just say the word. We've put you out of your way.
I want you to fight by our side once more.
Yeah, there it is. Nice.
Say that again.
He just cocks his head.
I want you to see for yourself that the path I'm walking is the right one, Commander.
Yeah, what the mud
Taion.
puppet said really did
Has
affect
this been
Taion.
bothering you?
I understand.
You can tell.
My position as commander means I probably won't be able to accompany you at all times. But I pledge myself and Colony Lambda to you, Taion.
Yeah,
No,
even if they're no longer
to
part
all
of the
of you.
war effort, having been freed from their
Call
flame
me anytime
claw,
you need me. I'll come
all
running
of the
no matter
commanders
what.
very clearly still have duties
Thank you
that the
very
game
much,
just kind of
Commander.
ignores. They try to say it every single time we recruit a
I
hero,
better brush up on my skills to keep
but
up
aside
with
from
your
Ethel, we can basically have everyone we want with us whenever we want them, you know?
Colony Lambda will have to keep up with its current developments too.
We can help you with stuff like that, mate.
Now look here, I can't ask that of you.
Look, we're friends now.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with asking your friends for help.
We're friends, you say. You're incredibly trusting, you know that.
Oh my gosh. That just reminds me of, I know it's so mean, but sometimes just whenever one of my friends, like my Discord friends especially, will just be like, they'll say something random about like, oh yeah, I have a friend that said this and this. It's even funnier to do it in real person. You just look at them, you give them the biggest, dumbest grin you have, and you just say, you have friends?
What's that supposed to mean?
It's so
We're just
mean.
helping.
But it's so
I
funny
don't mean
every
anything bad
time.
by it.
Uh,
If I need you, I'll ask for you.
Please, call us anytime you need.
yeah.
I'm a lucky man to have friends like you, Taion.
I'm wondering though, will I have to go out of my way to find any of these hero quests? Because so far, basically everyone we found, you know, Isurd, I didn't know. I had just randomly talked to Isurd. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm just going to keep saying it the way I was. As I was talking to everybody in Colony Lambda. But regardless, it was still very deeply ingrained in the story. It is... Yeah, that's what I thought. There was no one else who could have inherited that class, I thought. Is this arts that heal allies, weaken enemies? Very similar to every other healer, highly versatile. Okay. Well then, let's, That actually did finish out Taion's current weapon as well. That's convenient. So, what we'll probably do is have Taion go to Strategos and switch Uni over to one of the tanks she doesn't have maxed out, which is both of them. So I guess she'll be a Zephyr for now.
Nothing's getting past me.
Yep. As always, I'm going to try to keep my classes as balanced as I can. I really like the 2-2-2 format with any other hero. I don't think it matters too much, but here you go. Anyway, what I wanted to do, I don't know how many of these quests we'll do right here before we hop in the story, because I'd like to progress the main story at least a little bit. Oh, it looks like we're actually in chapter 4. Hadn't even realized. I want to see what this is, though. Because it says it is required to have Valdi. So I'm wondering if maybe, like I was saying, I don't know if it's a quest or something that allows you to go past rank 10 in a given class. So if there's one that requires Valdi, is it just because it's, you know, directly a quest involving Valdi, or is it something like that where it would make sense to me if you were doing something to increase the rank on this quest and it requires you to have that hero with you. But again, it could just be a side quest that's integral to that character's story. Another side quest I wanted to do was, I believe, the one, if we still have it, to fix the canteen at Colony Lambda, because that could give us a new recipe, because so far eating at every colony's canteen has given us a new recipe to take with us as well. But let's do this real quick.
Valdi, is that Levnis?
You want to see? It's still a work in progress.
What
But I
Levnis?
can give you a little sneak peek.
That one? The one that the console tried to attack us with? That sounds like a bad idea, Valdi. Alright, guess what? Can you not see that I'm working? Isn't this guy your commander? Yeah. Good old Uni. Yeah, we really haven't stuck around in too many colonies to see what the reaction is. It's really just 4 that I would say And even then, 4 was... there wasn't much chaos because everyone just seemed to have so much respect for Ethel and their chain of command that nobody really argued anything, you know? Just whinging about how they've got nothing to do all day. It's better than fighting in a war. Doric. Yeah, I was gonna say, is that that? Well, now that you don't have the console breathing down your neck, still it might be helpful. If it's on our side, it could be very helpful. Some advice on conversation. I wonder how old Riku is. Because if anyone that's not, you know, part of the original races involved in the Flame Clock is older than 10 years old, they're automatically older than anyone there, you know? Because of the whole 10-year lifespan shtick. Nothing. We don't gain anything by finishing it. He's not very commander-like, but he does care about the colony. Yeah. Uni definitely... I think Taion does this a bit as well, as does Lance. But it's like Senna, Noah, and Mio are the three that are a little bit more tactful about what they choose to say most of the time. And then those three are just like, yeah, we're just gonna say whatever's on our mind. Repapa, huh? Okay.
Always nice to see a new face.
Hand over the required items. I have no idea if we have the required items. That is a...
Thanks, Lance. Thanks all. You've been great friends to Doc.
Oh, I talked to the wrong thing.
Always nice to see a new face.
Chief, huh? Under Master Pond. Oh, okay. From Asia and Fornus. Area on right full of stinger piles. Okay, is it going to tell me on the quest chart though how much we need of each? That's not super helpful.
Would you believe it?
How do I check? He mentioned stinger piles and the Asia and Fornus regions, but it didn't tell us. What? Hold on.
Just give us a moment.
Oh, okay. I was like, what? It doesn't tell me. Oh, okay. That's. Oh. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do that off stream. As much as I hate to not do that, because I am very curious about these character-specific quests. I didn't realize there was going to be that many resources. What I'll do is off stream, I'll collect everything I need, leave it at like 90%, and then we'll do the last turn and do that next time. Let's see, what else do we have, though? What is problem? This is the canteen one. This is the one I wanted to see. Just because it could potentially give us a new recipe. But I do want to knock out at least a couple. My goal is at least 2 or 3 of these side quests, depending on how long they take. But I do get the feeling with how many side quests we get at such a rate, we'll probably eventually just be straight up doing like a couple side quest streams, which is fine. Similar, like, it actually reminds me of like 3 Hopes, or 3 Hopes Fire Emblem's playthrough is, we got to the point with so many support conversations that we'd have to do either like an hour at a time where we were just doing all those and nothing else. Or we'll have to just do an entire stream dedicated to it, because these side quests do still take a chunk of time. Interesting. Engineering, head of Chief of Logistics. Chief of Engineering is pretty forgetful. With base common the role play Chiefs of Logistics. Interesting though that like I get the whole making sure there's like a chain of command, making sure people know, so you're not just building things willy-nilly, as he says. But you would think something as important as like the canteen, which is out of commission, wouldn't be on the list of things they'd need permission to make, you know? I get it's also a video game, but still, you know? They have no food storage. Interesting. Well. Canteen request probably sent. Okay. Well, you know, sustainable food sources. Oh, there's apparently a lot of people I still haven't talked to. Sustainable food sources are going to be really important, especially now that they're no longer connected to the flame clock. That's why even now, it's been a good chunk of time. I'm still very worried about Ethel because she said she was going back to the higher ups to kind of, you know, report things in. But now that they're no longer connected to the flame clocks and Mobius seems to have such a vice grip around everything, it's really just dangerous. Because now it feels almost under no obligation to help them at all, so they might just see them as an enemy. Interesting. So Whippy here saying that they already immediately, like, approved it. Which makes sense. And that I got tangled up somewhere. Ah, this is the one that was forgetful. Yeah, I was gonna say, what's more important than having food? Okay. And Sith. Interesting. I've wondered how integral some of these side, like, non-hero quests will be. Because I remember that's how you got some of the blades. And some of them were actually pretty quick, but I remember there was the one that... Oh, it was so tragic. The blade that literally her owner, like, died around the corner from old age. And that's how we, kind of became their driver. Why is nothing simple yet? You know, I thought I talked to most of the people in Colony Lambda off stream. I talked to a good few before, accidentally starting up the hero quest. But now I'm seeing more and more of these yellow speech bubbles with stars above them. I know information's supposed to, like, quote-unquote change as you get back. But I'm feeling kind of dumb now. Yeah. It really... like, seriously, I get that they try to make characters have, like, signature quirks and stuff like that a lot of times in video games. It just looks weird. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, that does make sense. I mean, there's only 6 of us, but still, we don't... With a colony with limited resources in the middle of a war, it really does make sense, I think. It's the type of thing that nobody would want to deal with. But if everyone's just doing what they want, whenever they want, every different department in a given colony is building things as they wish, it just... Ugh. Doesn't seem like a good idea. That was fast, though. That was literally just talking to, like, 4 people.
Huh. Would you believe it?
Anyway, let's do... Oh, there it is. Let's see. Oh, it's a whole new rest spot, too. I swear, these rest spots, though, like, it makes sense that these are, like, travel points, but they're right next to each other. Seems a bit unnecessary. XP boost. Doesn't hurt.
Oh, I needed that. If it's food related,
I can't help it. I really just like Mio. Couldn't tell you why.
All charged up and ready to go.
Because seriously, I think I've mentioned this before. I wasn't actually the biggest fan of Nia. I didn't mind Nia, but my favorite characters in 2 were Morag and Zeke. And Mithrpyra. So just... I don't know. Just didn't really expect to be so attached to Nia. I think it's genuinely the personality, though. Just... Really couldn't tell you. Anyway, let's do one more before we head off in the story. We've got 6 quests left. This one, you know, that one's just not going to happen. I'm really surprised. It takes a lot of resources looking at that, but... Stories and knowledge. So that's the Colony 30. So Valdi's Offseer. This is the missing squad from Colony 30. Lambda's Offseer. What is it with everybody's Offseer and just doing whatever they want? Container of supplies. And Colony. Yeah, it's literally an Offseer, I swear, for every colony. Let's actually do the supplies. I'm not too worried about, like, for example, if we were doing it based on level, this would be the first one to do. But I don't anticipate any of the side quests being difficult in general. So... Oh, I don't even know how to get over here. Let's travel here, see if that'll take us there. I'm mostly just going to do the ones that I'm interested in. And then eventually, you know, we'll have a bunch of them. But I really don't think, like I was saying, when I looked it up, it could have been a wrong source because the game's only been out for a few weeks. But they were saying, at least the like 2 websites that I looked into, said that from what it seemed like there were, again, time-limited quests.
Would you believe it?
But it didn't appear as though there were any straight up like, I've gone too far, I can no longer do this quest. There were minor things like we didn't have access to Colony 9 for a while, obviously, such and such. But again, as far as just straight up like, oh, I went too far, I can't do these side quests anymore, it didn't seem to be the case. So, that's the hope. Worst comes to worst, we miss out on some side quests. I might do them again in my own time. I don't think I'll do New Game Plus on stream, because it does... I know there is a New Game Plus, because that's what that page said, was there's no true missables, which makes me a little skeptical, because of New Game Plus, obviously, but... I don't think it, from the looks of things, is going to be like Xenoblade Chronicles 2, where there's straight up like New Game Plus only blades. I did think it was funny too that game, the New Game Plus blades were basically all the Torna blades from like Malos' group, because a lot of those blades I completely forgot existed. Like I think one of them's name was like Obrona, because they were like the blades that were initially wielded by Malos' group that were destroyed when we first got Mithra. Which you know, hindsight being what it is, kind of messed up that Mithra did something like that. You wouldn't think it, but kind of crazy. That being said, though, I am starting to feel that I did not take the most efficient path here. Because we're getting further and further away while following the path. So... Oh yeah, it almost looks like... I'm gonna teleport here. A lot of walking in these side quests. It's making me kind of sad, actually. We're 1100. What? There's a chance that, you know, I'm sure there's got to be other fast travel points here. The thing is, it was taking us through here. So that makes me think it was going to make us go all the way around regardless. What's concerning to me too is I thought when I walked up here, this is where like there was a dead-end cliff. But that might be a different area. Either way, we're gonna walk this way, and if it's ridiculously far, I might just genuinely go back to the main story. Because like even with the hero quest, we spent like a good 5-ish minutes plus just walking at the start of stream. So if it comes down to it, what I might do is for these side quests, just run around, get close to them, see if I can't find fast travel points, and that'll streamline everything.
Never been here before.
Oh, that's already one landmark I missed. See the climbing point up there. Because 900 meters of running, that's gonna take us a hot second. On the plus side, though, we'll find some resources and everything. There's a chance, I don't even remember what we were looking for the Valdi Colony Hero Quest. So, we'll see. The only thing I remember on that list was like the stingers for, from around Colony 30, and we're not around Colony 30. So, we'll see. I still really like that they make these climbable surfaces very, very, very obvious. Because a lot of games don't, and I often miss them because I'm blind. And I don't notice those types of things. Oh, 24 enemies. Yeah, this seems a bit more up to speed to our current level. I almost wish there was like a vehicle or something that would get us through here faster. I've been trying out, since I'm a big Genshin Impact player, I've been trying out Tower of Fantasy. I think that, well, obviously there's some systems that are very similar. I do think people are kind of over-exaggerating when they say it's like a carbon copy clone. There's obviously a lot of things that are very, very similar, but it's one of those things that I don't think is always avoidable in any game genre that's similar. But I've been enjoying it. I don't know if I'll stream it, because the way they have it formatted is a lot of times like the main story. I'm not too far into the main story, but it's like it's gated behind. You'll do a section of it, and then it'll gate it the next part behind like the next day. And so it's not like a Genshin Impact where if I did a fresh, I've considered doing just a fresh Genshin Impact save file, and doing that on stream, because I think that would be pretty fun actually. But you could do almost all of it. The only thing that would stop you with Genshin is you'll hit, there are certain breakpoints where you need to be a certain AR level. And if we did like dailies and stuff on stream as we did things, it's not like that would be too bad. You know, like, I was thinking about that, like, we'd be gated off by potentially... Oh, we're running in some higher level enemies. The things that would get us would be AR level for certain quests, because I do know there are points where that's an issue if you play straight through. And then if we wanted to redo, like, hero quests and everything like that, we'd be limited by keys, because you get 1 key every 2 days worth of dailies. But overall, I think it's much less of an issue than me having played Tower of Fantasy, for example, for 4 days and having to do only 1 bit of the story every day. Granted, to be fair, I'm sure they don't exactly expect people to just sit down and play for like 4 or 5 hours because I'm unemployed and in a gap semester at college, so there's that. Can't believe we actually found it. Yeah, we hiked a good ways to get here for this supply chest. Troll Rebel, huh? You know, let's switch characters. We've been playing Mio for a hot second. Or not Mio, Yumi. So Taion has a new weapon. This one is going to be one of those I'm feeling just immediately is going to be a little bit difficult to cancel correctly. Similar to Taion's base weapon, because I'm having a hard time even seeing when those attacks are going out. But it looks like we have physical defense down, area heal, our regeneration field, heal and all. Okay. Very standard healing kit, I think. A lot of the healers have multiple healing abilities, and either buffs for the team or debuffs for enemies. Seems very, very normal. But similar to Isurd, it's not exactly a flashy weapon. Like, even just the shots that Taion's going, it's part of the reason I'm having a hard time telling when to cancel. Is it just like a little flick of the wrist? Oh. Oh, hey, it's Colony 9. Unkite soldiers. Across a container that was never found. Yeah, I mean, what a coincidence. And we found it at the exact same time. We'll be taking back what you found. Oh, now I want to fight him. No, if they'd been polite about it, like, Trish was initially pretty kind about it. If, Eastman hadn't opened his mouth, I would have given it to him. That's an interesting looking weapon. Yeah, I was gonna say, if he hadn't opened his mouth, I would have happily been like, you know what, you can have it. We're beating up Trish too, but, you know. It does seem like this weapon is pretty forgiving on canceling things, though, because a few of these arts I didn't think I had canceled at the correct time already, and it's giving me the circle still. That's good. The one that I just cannot pin down, I've even tried off stream a bit, I cannot pin down, I think Lance is using, yeah, Lance is using right now, Taion's original weapon. That thing does not make any sense to me. Like, you can visibly see the numbers as to, like, when, okay, this is when it's hitting. But it's so hard to tell. And again, you have to consider, it's just in the thick of things. Even if it has, like, a semi-obvious, you know, tell, in the middle of everything that goes on your screen, it's not always easy to do it. Alright, well, we're going to change attack Eastman, because I don't like Eastman. Like I was saying, you could have been very polite to us and we would have been fine. Let's, We don't need the full heal if we do Uni and Lanzas. I mean, Uni and Taions. So let's try and get Senna Lancing. Wow, Eastman does not have that much health. What a wimp. His physical defense down. I wonder if these rings, though, are like a... We haven't really seen a whole lot of other enemies with... I mean, I guess people from Agnes' side would be the correct term with ring weapons, but it is what Nia originally had, but Nia's weapons, you just bludgeon people with them, so, you know. Get Uni's weapon back, okay. Well, we might be doing Taion and Uni's anyways. Although we don't really need, I think, the full inner link. My goal is to always get the inner link chain attack. Because if you're going to do the chain attack, you might as well go for it. But I don't actually think it's necessary. Most likely. I mean, if the chain attack doesn't somehow finish off Eastman, Eastman will be very low. What have we done? So we've done Lance and Uni, so Senna. Yeah, he isn't a machine type. Oh wow, that straight up did overkill. I can never tell how much damage some of these attacks are going to be. Because some of them seem like, oh yeah, I just tickled them. Obviously the support ones aren't going to do a whole lot of damage if they hit for a lot of damage, or any damage at all. But then sometimes I'm like, oh, that singular attack from Noah just mashed their face in, you know? Oh, I got a Bravo. I guess it maybe does matter if we overgauge these individual cards by a good amount. I don't know how much, but again, that's one of those things I'm probably not going to worry about unless we're in like a boss fight in the story. Because Eastman was already down before we even started the Big Bang Implosion card, so... 214, the number is steadily going up, which is actually pretty encouraging. The funniest, like the icing on the cake here would be if we beat them up and then give it to them anyways. In fact, if that's the option, that's what I was planning on doing. I just didn't like the way Eastman was acting was rubbing me the wrong way. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought that would be the plan. Makes you wonder, though, who drops these supply drops. You'd think they could just consistently drop them in decent places. And instead they're just, yeah, we dropped this on top of a mountain way far away from Colony 9. You know, no biggie. Although this was supposedly one that was, like, around for a while, like they were saying, but still. You wouldn't think there was a colony at any point near this.
Hey, that's the thing for the stuff.
Is that Senna? That's the thing for this stuff. I think these question marks might all actually be catalysts for starting potential side quests, which is... I mean, it says that there's... Let me see, where's this... It's good because it means that there's a lot of content in this game, and it's kind of horrifying because it means there's a ton of side quests. Good and a bad thing. Those, I mean, I might experiment with that. It's one of those things that I'll see off stream, and then if I realize that's the case, I won't do too many more off stream. But like I said, I think Isurd had a question mark over his head when I started his hero quest on accident, and I remember thinking that, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. He's not a bad guy, you know. Is he? Well, some people just act standoffish, and, you know, that doesn't mean they're bad people at heart, but... That gave us a lot of affinity, actually. Interesting. caravan call, huh? Dutiful Taion. I think it's funny that they give everyone like titles though. Silvercoat Ethel, Dutiful Artificer, Dawn Hero. That's actually pretty neat. I'm excited though. I really want to see all of the colonies that there are to see, and see how many heroes are actually not, you know, directly affiliated as commanders. Because so far, again, it really is just, you know, Riku and Manana, and they were with us from the start, so it makes sense. But let's get back into the main story, do a bit of main story, and then maybe towards the end of the stream. Again, it just depends on how long it takes to do each quest and stuff. I kind of gauge things as I go, and then end the stream when I feel like it, honestly. But I am enjoying this game very much still. I'm surprised we're already up to chapter 4, though. I did not think we were progressing that far. I still don't know. I think I've seen in passing. Like I said, I've tried really hard not to look up any spoilers. When I look up things like, are there missables, I try to look up just that. I do think I was told, though, by a friend that there were 7 chapters. In which case, we're actually a good chunk of the way through the game, but either way, with side quests, hero quests, and everything, I anticipate having quite a bit more time. Like, I was anticipating having this be the focal point of my streams for at least another 3 weeks, if not more, genuinely. And I like to focus on just one singular game, so we'll see. Knockdown coins are Lambda Affinity. You know, with how many quests we have in each thing, and with how scarce it seems we can get knockdown coins, let's get the knockdown coins.
All set and ready to tumble.
It just seems like knockdown coins, it's just affinity I can get by talking to people. It's nice to get just a free chunk of affinity, but knowing we can only do these short battles once, or we can do it multiple times, but we can only get the rewards once, it seems like the way to go is always to go knockdown coins. It's like a super easy choice if it's like experience, which I know, like, the very first couple I did, I chose experience because I thought that would get us going. But nowadays it seems like it's always a colony affinity or knockdown coins, and I think the choice is usually, it should be knockdown coins. Yeah, this is another one of those healing weapons that I don't mind it. I'll probably use it for a little bit longer. I don't mind it, but I can't say I'm like, oh wow, I really like this weapon. Like, it's just something to me about dual-wielding weapons like Ethel's and Riku Manana's feels great to me. I really like them. Whereas, by contrast, this is just one of those, like, yeah. Same thing with Unis. Same thing with Valdi's. I'm like, oh, well, I can heal. I have some debuffs or buffs. It's nice. But, you know, like, I can't say it's like, oh, I'm having a lot of fun using this weapon, you know? But the charm for me for some of these games is also getting to rapidly switch and try different things. This is a lot of dead bodies. Jeez.
We're gonna send them off, right?
Yep. Now that we're not doing the Valdi Hero Quest 2, I might switch back to using Isurd for a while. I've been using just the most recent hero most of the time. Every time I hear that song, I know we hear it a lot, but I cannot get over how beautiful that piece is. Even just short pieces of it, I really love it.
They've all been wrecked. We've got to...
Sorry to interrupt you, Baldi, but I do actually want to use Isurd for a little bit. I do really like, though, that it's, like, slowly leveling up every hero. Because seriously, especially if Ethel is... She's still the lowest level hero, but if she wasn't playable for, like... I think we recruited her in, like, Chapter 2, and now we're in Chapter 4, and she's still not here. And I'm honestly tempted to just look it up.
Not to worry. Just stick to
Just because I want to know. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm biased. She's my favorite hero we've had so far. In fact, I just really like the character, design-wise and everything, but, something about, like, just the solemn, like, I like her for the same reason I really like, what's her name? Silvaria, I think it is. Silvaria Bless from Valkyria Chronicles. It's just the solemn, like, solemn, senior, like, super powerful warrior aspect. Same reason why I like I've explained this to friends before. I don't know if I've ever said it on stream, but the name Misfortune Crow, the gamer tag that I use, it didn't actually come from Ruby. It was literally just like one of those odd coincidences. I'm sure everyone's had some where like I thought of a name, I've used it for a long time, and then something else came out and I was like, I guess I'm not actually that unique. Because I do have notoriously bad luck. You know. Basically my trademark in my friend group at this point. And crows are one of those things, you know, like high school, middle school, you always hear like Edgar Allan Poe, stuff like that, and I was like, Misfortune Crow. I thought it was unique, and I was like, I'll use a different letter. It was obviously either going to be a K or a... If I wasn't going to use C, it was going to be a K or a Q, and I thought, Q, that's so unique. And then Ruby came out when I was like a sophomore in high school, and I was like, I'm not unique. As it turns out, I'm sure other people have had the idea. But like, I really like Crow as well, you know? It's one of those things, like, honestly, if I despised the character, I might have changed my gamer tag. Imagine you, like... I don't know, like, I played through Final Fantasy VI again recently. Imagine, like, I'd named myself Kefka or something like that. I would have changed my gamer tag immediately upon finding out that game released. But, I don't know, it's just some aesthetics I just really like is basically the point of this rambling. If my streams and my VODs haven't told you one thing, I'll just randomly go rambling about something. Gets me into trouble all the time. It's actually like the main reason I've really been enjoying streaming is it's basically me getting to play games I love and ramble. I'll tell my friends about that. I don't need to go like... It'd be cool to make a living off streaming. I think anyone who's ever done anything on Twitch thinks that would be a really cool opportunity. But to me, I've just had a very hard time. Oh, wow, Senna got knocked out. Just, wow. But for me, I've been in a point where I've really struggled with, like, real talk, depression and anxiety really bad for a long time. So having something like this that I can just not only play my favorite games, but just ramble and not sound like a crazy person because I'm talking to myself, although I kind of am here, I really enjoy it. So that's why I've been continuing to stream. It's also why I've had some odd pockets of, like, absences in my streams when I take, like, a week and a half off, but no, I've really, really enjoyed it. And, like, the whole VTuber thing, too. I got a VTuber model because I wanted something to represent myself, especially if I do continue. I've only done one song cover, and it's on YouTube. It's Time of Your Life by Green Day. I really love that song. Very nostalgic. But stuff like that, I always wanted something to represent me, you know? But the last thing I wanted to do was do a face cam. That's just not something I'd want to do ever. So this worked out well. Just everything, and that's how this stream began. Just got a string of happy coincidences. Yeah. Anyways. Once we finally get over here and continue the plot. I have a lot of speculation about where the plot's going to go. Obviously, we're going to Sword March. There's obvious things like that. We're going to encounter Cammuravi. I am like 99.9% certain. I don't know for certain. But surely Cammuravi's got to be a hero. But I've wondered, like... I'm so sure that... I mean, this game could pull a Final Fantasy Type 0 on us. And the game could end with everybody dying happily. But I have an idea we're going to fix the whole lifespan, 10-year lifespan thing. And we're probably going to figure out how that came to be. You know, because that's probably going to be integral to how to fix it. And I wonder if there's going to be like romance or anything like that. Because in 2, there was heavily implied romance between like Rex and Pyra and Nia and Mithra. But that doesn't mean that... I don't know if it was ever, like, canon, actually, now that I think about it. It was heavily implied. Nia especially. I mean, Nia straight up says, I love you, Rex, in a cutscene. And Rex basically hits her with the nice, I like your energy. Because it was Rex. But... I wondered. Because the way Uni talks, at first when they were introduced, I thought Uni, Noah was, like, going to be a thing. And now it's heavily implied, I think, that Noah and Mio, you know, I mean, they basically paired everyone up, a guy with a girl for each of the 3 interlinks, so maybe that's what's gonna happen. Who knows? What is that? Oh my gosh. Is that a dragon? That's an Umber Dragon. Where did this come from? We are just on our way out. According to the story, if I remember correctly, we were just trying to get out and to continue on our journey. Because when we basically got tossed through, chased through, you know, and before we dealt with this last colony and everything, we were on our way and we got chased down here and we're trying to get out. But here we are just trying to get out. Now there's just a dragon just casually standing in our way. That's oh. Is this a unique enemy or is this a story enemy? There's a chance this is just a unique enemy that we pathed into as well, I suppose. Because we haven't seen one in a hot second. The Uni's going down. I am still unclear as to how much class rank affects things. Because that's kind of why I've been okay, like, when we get a new class, and say somebody inherits it who's only at, like, class level 8, 9, 7, you know, on their current one, I don't mind switching it out because that actually staggers things. So that we're not just going like, okay, everyone hit rank 10, now we all have 6 rank 1 characters. But I don't know how much that actually matters. But I had figured that was probably helpful. Because Uni is the lowest rank out of everyone here, as we just changed her to class she hadn't been using. And she's kind of getting tossed. Like, it does not look like it's a good time for her. I actually will go for Uni Taions, just to see if we can heal Uni. Usually in these chain attacks, you do get the opportunity, though, to have your healers heal up some people a bit. It's actually pretty nice. But assuming we can make this work the way we want, like here I could do... Oh, he has different... Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that would be the case. They have a... I wonder if these arts are still, like, customizable, and I just haven't used those specific ones, but... Interesting. Because they're using the same exact weapon Taion and Isurd are right now. But clearly not the same arts. I really haven't messed with arts on any of the weapons because it feels like we switch weapons so often that if I spent like 10 minutes every time I switched a class changing out arts and everything, I'd then be like, okay, well this weapon's now rank 10, I'm switching. Okay, well we didn't get Taion again. Basically, I want to do one of these two and is gambling whether we get Mio, Lands, or Taion. Surely we'll get one of the, with what we're doing here, surely we'll at least get either Mio or Taion, and that'll let us do the, you know, special one. Could be wrong, but that's the hope here. I think what we do here is make sure we leave Isurds up. We just need to make sure we leave ourselves enough tactical points to finish out the next chain. As always. Because I'm pretty sure, even though you can get like the whole Bravo thing if you go like super above and beyond on the percentage, to me I'm just assuming that it's best to, yeah, we can do this one. I've still just been assuming it's best to make sure you finish as many chains as possible. But who knows? I'm sure somebody's already written like a comprehensive mathematical guide on how it works. But I'm just playing casually, so we'll see. To be fair, we didn't really need to use Taions and Unis, I guess, after all. It was the only one offered to us there. But I was going to use it to heal everyone. And the chain attacks alone healed Uni, who's the only one really missing health to full. But here we go. Give us Taions. I'm still unclear too, like, because last time, my initial thought was too, was does it depend on which one you do first? But last time we did Unis first and then we did Taions, and it gave us Unis chain order here. Whereas this time we did the same order, Uni followed by Taion, and it gave us Taions. So I am at a complete loss as to how this works. Does not make much sense to me. But it's so hard to judge too, like here, I think I just finish off with, even though it won't do damage, well, it won't do much damage because it's I'll use the regenerate skill here, or maybe I should have used area heal and hit. But if you want to get the maximum tactic points here, it's hard to judge because it says it'll give you this many points, and then often the actual end result is quite a bit more than that. I guess I could have done a healer there, get to 99%, and then done the biggest one. But no. And I don't know how much of a difference it makes. Because that's another over 200k chain attack, which isn't bad. I mean, just over 200k is the best we've done so far. I want to get to Interlink 3 here, I think, and just pop it. Don't know how necessary it is, but we'll just do it. We are using Taions here. I know you can switch, you know, which... Oh, that plant is similar. I know you can switch which one you're using actively. Like switch over to unis here, for example. I just don't know if it matters. Interesting. Anyway, dragon down. That was so random, though. If we get a cutscene here, then... Yeah, this is clearly part of the story. I just... Why was there a dragon standing in our way? Okay, then. Oh. It's been Lanz's
Hey,
Interlink, I think, that we've seen
about this sparking noise.
the most recently
How would I know?
and often.
Just cancel the interlink or something, I guess.
Huh.
It only starts after an extended period, after our bodies start to heat up.
Oh, they might
To
be
me, it
explaining
sounds like a
the
warning for something.
overheat,
warning?
maybe?
What do you think will happen if we leave it?
You
I don't
might
have much
die.
desire to find out.
Think it's something dangerous?
Well, it can't be anything fun. You expect balloons and confetti with that noise?
I mean, it's clearly, it's
Maybe
one of
not.
those, like, it's a little bit tacky, I guess, to say, but, like, whenever you get a massive power like that, in most storylines, anything fantasy-based or video game-based, it always comes at a price. I guess in anime as well, you know? You don't just get power of that scale that fast. And so, we just happen to get the powers of Ouroboros.
Too bad, Jay.
Jay. Oh, it's Yorin. Sorry, just had an epiphany about something I was forgetting.
Backfired on you, didn't it?
Oh, is that a mud dragon?
Better be prepared for the consequences.
Really? I was only interested in putting in an appearance. You're making it sound like I took some huge risk.
Oh, come on now, guys. Jay's been on the bench all this time. I get why he might be
It's
a
kinda
little
funny to see the
stimulated
height
by a bit of
contrast.
drama.
Yorin looks exactly
Well,
the same way he did when he
was
died,
pretty
though, so...
dramatic, I'll give you that.
He died early on in his lifespan. Hmm.
You seem pleased with yourself.
P.O. N wants to see you.
Does he now?
Interesting.
Mm.
Makes you wonder, though, because I at first had been wondering, was every console, like the first three we saw were all just old people that we didn't know? And then it was Yorin. So it begs the question, are we going to know any of these other
I'm sure M could tell you.
characters? It's not like there's really been any built up for us to know, aside from Yorin going missing, except for maybe,
What could it be?
again, maybe Taion's former commander.
Be off, though.
Any character like that, especially, and this was the thought I had when we first saw Yorin, even before, I didn't expect Yorin to be a member of Mobius, like, at all,
Have a good one.
but whenever a character in any game or anime, quote-unquote, dies, and you don't see a body or their actual death, good heavens, is it a pretty big trope that they show up later, you know? Like, I had always thought that from the very start. I don't know if I vocalized it, but in the back of my head that Yorin was going to be important later on. I just didn't think that was how it was going to be important. But at this point, too, it might be too cliche to do it again with I can't remember her name, but Taion's former commander. That would be a bit redundant. So maybe that won't be the case. We all overused our burst abilities. Avoid interlinking. Yeah, I wonder if this is just kind of like the actual in-game explanation about overheating, you know? Or maybe it's another risk entirely. I mean, it's one of those things too, though, where we can't avoid it. If we're going to fight a big enemy, if we're going to fight another console, we probably need to interlink. Same thing with like when we fought the Levnesses and Isurd's hero quests. I don't think we could have avoided that. If we tried to fight him without it, we might have just gotten clobbered. After all, without it, we are just 6 effectively pretty normal soldiers. I mean, Noah has the fancy sword and everything, but that's... What the heck? Oh. Let's go grab that.
Shall we deal with this?
Assuming we don't have to fight a billion enemies on the way there. Yeah, I think overall I've fought enough with this weapon to kind of have the gist of it. I might switch down to Senna, just because, again, Lance is currently using Taion's weapon, and that's the only weapon I just actively dislike playing. But for me, variety is usually, you know, the spice of life. I'd rather continue my whole shtick of trying out different weapons every few battles. But yeah, I really don't like this weapon.
You want me to lead?
Yes, I'm really fine. Where did that airdrop go? It disappeared. Hold on. I'm sure it's still there. I wonder... You know what? Forget it. I don't think those despawn. I'll go get it later. Really? Why is it that I get closer and that disappears? Oh, I'll get it later. But seriously though, why is it that when I could see it from here, but then when I got closer it disappeared? That's really strange.
I see an ether channel. How about it? Shall we take it on?
Oh my gosh, what just... Oh.
I'll throw them.
You didn't disappoint.
Yeah, I actually really like this weapon. Something about it. It's just strange because, again, I really didn't like Zeon's weapon. And the tank weapons for me have been really hit or miss. I don't really like using... It's just funny, too, because weapons I think I'd like. Like, I'm a big... In Dark Souls games, I always play strength builds first. And it's usually an Ultra Greatsword or Greatsword build. In fact, the only game I didn't was Bloodborne. If you count Bloodborne as part of the Soul series, which it is from Software.
Some of that sweet ether.
But it's pretty much always a strength build first for me. So you'd think I'd like Lance's weapon. I don't like the feel of Lance's weapon as a tank. I do actually like Mio's. What other tank weapons do we have? Sorry.
Hungry.
I mean, oh, we only have 3. So to be fair, I only really like one of the 3, and it's not because it's Mio's weapons. It's just the only one of the 3 that feels good to me. Of the healer's weapons, I would say the one I like using the most is Valdi's, but I'm not a huge fan of any of the 4, to be honest. I don't mind Sword Fighter class. I like this one. I like this one. Not the biggest fan of the hammer. Just my thoughts so far. I don't think that means those classes are bad. I just... For me, it's all about feeling things out in games like these. And I mean, as you can tell, I kind of like the dual-wielding weapons. I don't know why. Arguably, the easiest weapons to cancel into arts are the big, heavy ones. Because it's just one big, clunky hit. But... Who knows? Another one of those things that once I get through the game, or most of the game, I'm interested to see what everybody feels about in the community. You know, which of the 6 they like the most, the least, which weapons they like, which heroes.
I've already got food on the brain.
I feel like, generally speaking, though, I'm usually, like, not that unique in what I like, you know? I think a lot of people liked playing Pyramithra. To level 34. I've been wondering if bonus experience affects every hero, though, at once. Because, basically, it's been that chain of levels. In terms of, like, where the heroes are in relation. You know? Like, Ethel's been, like, a level or so behind whoever it was the second hero we had. Even though we haven't had her. Like, I want Ethel back. I don't understand why they gave us the first hero we had, and then she disappeared, like, immediately, and we still don't have her. I've been constantly keeping an eye out for a clue for when we get her back, but who knows?
It's finished.
There is no telling.
That's enough for today.
Alright, let's see. We should still have that experience thing active, right? We do not. Okay. We don't even... Wow, it's crazy. Do I want... XP boost, CP boost? Yeah, why not? Seems like a bit of a waste not to have a meal active. But I need to go resource hunting. Clearly, like, you can probably tell, I have a good number of some resources and not that many of others. So when I've been running around off stream, I've been running around specific areas, gathering up everything. And I think as a result, I have a good excess. Not a huge excess, but an excess of materials on some. And then some I just don't have. So I may need to just go specifically find... Do we have anything to discuss? I may need to go specifically find... Xeon one. Okay. I may need to go find some of those specific resources and just look up where they are. Because if we're being honest, I just... Ow, knock my mic, sorry. If I just go based off of what I need and try to remember where it is, I'm not finding it. But anyway. Oh, really? Yeah, I was gonna say Noah doesn't seem like the type of person that's very easy to read. It's probably just uni and lands knowing him so well. Yeah. Yeah, Mio, I don't want to say Mio takes being an officer slightly less seriously than Noah does, but Noah almost has like an obsessive need, I think, to do that duty. Whereas Mio's like, I understand it's important. Obviously says here, like, yeah, I've agreed that it's important to go send those husks off. But Noah was obviously the one that was like, I gotta do this, it's bothering me, you know? But here's a Xeon one, Colony on Short. See, this makes me think that this is gonna be another resource side quest that I probably won't have enough resources for. Oh, Xeon just here with us. Yeah, Colony 9 of the colonies we've freed so far genuinely to me seemed the one that was going to be in the most trouble. Ethel seems like she just has things under control. Colony 30 was already a non-combative colony. And then Colony Lambda also seemed like, just to me, it seemed like they'd be okay. Which is funny because they don't even have a canteen, ironically, until we fixed it. But it just seemed like in terms of like which colonies, like 9 is the one that directly mentioned it, I suppose. You know? Talked about, oh, we need to get like fields for crops and stuff. Like, they're the ones that just seem like they're in the most dire situation to begin with. And to be fair, they apparently did take a hit in the resources. It was mentioned when we met them again. Specifically because Noah, Uni, and Lance defected from their colony. So. Full of these spiders. Oh, interesting. Yeah. I have liked out. This game doesn't even do it like that much, and I think when you do it too much in a game, it becomes more tedious than anything. But games that very clearly, you know, give annotation to the fact that when you're out traveling, stuff like this, you need resources, you need shelter, you need warmth, all that stuff. They don't just ignore it. Because how many games are like, oh yeah, you can have like this food and stuff, you know, have fun with it. Tons of games do that. But it's really, I think, it's giving importance to it without making it the focal point and the only thing. Like, there are games where you basically have to constantly be aware of that, and then it just gets boring and annoying. But I like that they don't just dismiss the fact that, like, yeah, we've dismissed them from the flame block. They're not getting help anymore. They're gonna need help.
There you are. I don't want to mither, but aren't you on tent duty today?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I'll head back and...
Oh, that's...
Huh?
It's all finished.
Huh?
I think they both smile in the exact same way.
Then what was the point of telling me? Don't you have better things to do?
Good old Sunray Taion.
You owe us one.
We just came out to tell you just so that you... Oh, okay. I
Are
was
you
gonna say,
okay?
just, you know.
What do you mean, okay?
Yeah, he's the one
These
who's...
last few days, it's been a lot,
Yeah.
right?
That's why you're concerned?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty
You
normal.
got it. We were worried. Your problems are our problems. Just because someone says they're doing okay
You know,
doesn't mean everything.
real quick though, pause, stop, Mio. I remember the bathhouse scene in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and Mio obviously does look very much like Nia, almost like she's a descendant of her or something, if that's a thing. Given, you know, the state of the 10-year lifespan and everything and how all that works. I don't know how it does entirely yet. But Mio does genuinely seem like I thought that was what gave away in the hot spring scene to Mithra, that Nia was a blade. But the actual, like, sentient people blades don't seem to be a thing in this game. That's just something that's been on my mind that I don't think I've mentioned.
You know, there's a word for people like you.
Thoughtful?
Busybodies.
Oh.
All of you.
Okay.
Now, Taion, that is completely uncalled for. Huh?
You two really must be bored stiff. Good grief.
Everyone needs to let off steam.
Is my life that entertaining to you? I'll allow it.
I'll allow it, he says.
Hey, that watch.
That's a watch? I've been wondering what that was this entire time.
Years only. But this pocket watch has already lived for longer than that, by being passed from Nimwe's hands to mine.
Nimue, that was their name.
What Guernica said to us on that battlefield. I don't know what you made of it exactly, but frankly, to me, it was a load of nonsense.
Yeah.
Not even enough to push us together.
Well, it didn't until we all went back on our own ways and then got chased out of our colonies, to be fair.
If Nimwe's life is represented by her dreams, then in remembering those, I carry her life with me. Perhaps now, I can give a purpose to my life. She'd live on if I were to pass her dreams on to others, right?
Heavy.
Also, I've done some thinking. If I had just, say, 10 more years, no, even 5, with just a bit of borrowed time, how many more memories could I fit inside this little pocket watch?
That's the goal of the journey.
And that's why you're here.
You're also
now.
saying this again in
That's
front of the
half
person
it.
here who has the least amount of time left.
What's the other half then?
Oh, well,
Oh.
in fact, just forget it.
Oh, come on. You've already told us that much. Might as well give us the whole story.
This is just not the place or time for it, that's all.
Lame. Still, it was a nice chat. Dreams in objects. Huh?
What?
Thanks, Taion. We came here to cheer you up a bit and got food for thought instead.
Oh, sure. Anytime.
Neo.
Oh, is he falling for her now too?
Not to worry, just stick to the
Man,
plan.
I just... It's funny because I genuinely think Senna is supposed to be like the innocent, like wholesome character here. But the one that I ended up really, really just liking for that reason is Mio. This is also one of those games, just as a side note, that these notifications are haunting me and I can't get rid of all of them. Like the tips, I've gone through and scrolled through all the way and gotten rid of all of them so many times and they keep coming back. It's okay though. Eventually, in theory, I could go through all the menus and get rid of them. I just unlock them a bunch as I go. Am I going the wrong way? Hold up. Oh, that's... Oops. That's why. I locked on the one thing. But it's not going to be as bad as C6 Bennett haunting my nightmares in Genshin Impact, because good lord, I'm never going to do that, most likely, unless they change it, or change the constellation system. So my character icon will literally always have a red exclamation point until the end of time. I've looked it up too, and I've looked up, like, people explaining the pros and cons of it. Oh, that's a straight-up unique enemy. Calavanter Buckler. Let's take care of this real quick. But I've seen people say that for, like, a lot of comps it doesn't actually make a difference. my main thing is, I don't know if I'm ever going to run those comps. I genuinely do have, like, all the characters I want in Genshin Impact prior to Sumeru. I don't think I've mentioned this, but I know we get a free Kale through an event. So, and I know Taion is getting added to the standard banner in 3.1. So for 3.0, the only thing I was planning on rolling on was to get Dori, because she's a 4-star. And then the only other two characters I really wanted were Dea, the last 4-star, new 4-star, and then Nilo, because not only does everybody really like her design, including me, but she's the first Hydro Claymore user, which is huge, honestly. I've also thought about rolling on good ol' Kusanali, but not sure yet. But going into things, my initial plan was the 4-stars are usually attainable, unless they're on a really bad banner. That's why I didn't roll on Goro, because I knew I wasn't going to run Mono Geo, first of all, ever. But also because the first Goro was on Ito, and I'm just not super interested. I like Ito's voice actor, I like Ito as a character. I never had any intention, though, of running Ito, to be honest. Like, the characters I'm missing right now, I don't have Ayato, I don't have Venti. I wouldn't have minded getting Venti, but I have Kazuha. But I don't have Ito, Ayato, Venti, Xiao. Trying to think. There's not that many characters I'm missing. I have every 4-star in the game. But overall, it's just one of those, like, the last two characters I really, really wanted to make sure I got were Kazuha and Yoimiya. And now that I have them, I'm pretty satisfied going into Sumeru. I'm not sure I'm gonna stream the first little bit. For Genshin Impact, my big shtick has been I like streaming the events, maybe character quests, hangout events. I'm not so sure I want to stream the main story. I mean, I did the Chasm one, but overall, I don't know if I will. I kind of just want to jump into Sumeru on my own, be able to do my own thing, you know? And then, we'll maybe do, like, some events. Once I finish Xenoblade 3, though, I want to just focus on this game as well. It's my main priority. But, yeah, that being said, though, like I said, the only really characters I was looking forward to were Nilo and then the 4-stars. Just because the 4-stars are attainable. But if I'm going to go for one of the Dendro 5-stars, it'll probably just be the Dendro Archon. Dendro looks interesting to me. Like, I've seen the Hydro reaction. It's like you create a little, like, I don't know what it was. It was something like you make it, it grows, and then it explodes. Really cool, like, new interactions, but I just, like I was saying, I can't say that I'm super, like, I have to get these new Dendro characters. Especially knowing that we'll get a free Kale. Which, I actually did read the Genshin Impact manga, and I really liked Kale. I thought it was cool that they, you know, like a year and a half later, tied back in and made her an actual character. That was attainable for everyone as a 4-star. But anyway, I'm just rambling about Genshin now because, honestly, these unique fights are going to take a long time, and that was not that high of a damage chain attack. Can't say that I didn't need to hit that button. Can't say that I think it's too dangerous unless both are hit. Like, overall, the only time I felt like battles get super dangerous is if you randomly lose both your healers. Which right now are Taion and Lance, and we also have Isurd with us, so the chances of that happening is pretty low. But I didn't expect this unique fight to take this long, to be completely honest. We're 3 minutes in and we're just crossing the halfway point now. Honestly though, we very clearly didn't get the best chain attack we could have. What I think I might do here is save Senna and Lance's interlink, so that we can do the double interlink chain attack. Seems like a pretty good way to go. I'm like, clearly, like, I could be doing this a little bit more efficiently. I've been doing the side break this fight, but I do have that front attack on this weapon. Shackle blocking. Extended slash, front attack. That is the big fault, I think, with attack characters needing, like, the hammer has the same issue. If you need specifically to be in front of an enemy, the tanks, especially when you have 2 tanks, will switch aggro and make it kind of annoying to do that. Side and back, though, aren't usually a huge issue. Right, here we go. So here we're going to interlink. And I guess we could probably use the interlink for a hot second, and then chain attack right as it's about to end out would probably be the most efficient way to do it. But I just figured we'd do interlink. If it does what it did last time, when we did interlink level 3 into chain attack, and gives us just straight up both sides of it, we should be able to do quite a bit of damage here. Nice. Yeah, that did a good chunk of damage, bro. And it's still going. You're going down, Gallivanter Buckley. It really does give a good incentive, though, for you to use... do interlink level 3 plus that. Because, yeah, ordinarily, if you get lucky and you get both sides of it, you could do 3 interlinks and then do the... like, for example, you could do, like, Noah's. Then you could do Taion and Uni, and then do one of the Taion Uni combined ones. For 4 instead of 2. But I genuinely think, from the looks of things, just doing the 2 interlink chain attack is still very much worth it, if not even better. Yeah, 282,000, that clearly did way more than doing 4 chain attacks. So, just really cool. Oh, there we go, name graves. Nice thing about these name graves, too, is... Let's do this send off real quick. But the nice thing about doing those unique monsters, too, is I'm pretty sure you can teleport to all of those. So that gives us an extra teleport point as well. You never know when you'll need it. But I do want to keep raising our affinity with colonies, because I did see some of them. It appears to be like a higher affinity level most of the time. But you can supposedly get faster sprint speed. And that would really save us when we're running like 600 meters to get to a side quest. Because seriously, I die a little bit inside every time I see that it's that far away. Gives me the opportunity to ramble about something as always, but like, let's be honest, I'm gonna do that anyway. So, it's kind of funny. I still genuinely don't worry about tactics that much. There's like that entire left trigger menu. And I just don't worry about it because usually things handle themselves pretty well. I think the only time I'm like really worried about it is if we're in like a multi-boss fight. And I'm like, okay, let's take out this specific enemy first. And even then, I can't say I think it's usually enough of an issue that I feel like that's a necessity. Titan Rock, huh? I'm still just surprised the only like location I recognize from 2 though is Uriah. Ooh, a lucky elite. Let's fight this. I know it's making our story take a lot longer because we keep stopping to do these, but yeah, that I didn't see. I forgot to look at the timer again before we chain attacked, but that unique enemy took like 10 minutes, didn't it? I know we just crossed like 3. We're almost 3.5 minutes when we got halfway, but then the chain attack a little bit further into the fight ended it, so who knows. I would have, like, that is one thing I will say, but I think that was very characteristic of 2 as well, where, like, arguably, yes, a lot of those fights could have taken a lot less time, and it would have still been just as interactive and fun. If maybe not a little bit more, because you did spend, like, 10 minutes fighting one elite. But I don't mind it. I've played grindy games before. I've got, like, 600 hours in the Binding of Isaac on PC alone, let alone I played it on both Xbox One and PS4 before I got a PC. Like, stuff like that. I'm no stranger to grinding games, but I don't know. Nice.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gong.
I serve Senna was actually really close to fitting out her current class. Oh, that's just randomly like, well, we're not going on that island. Let me tell you what. 39. I wonder why the 39 is a different color. I'm sure there's some level threshold for that.
Is that bottle breaking clams?
Another lucky enemy.
Oh, that's a
Interesting.
rare one.
For fighting those, though, I wonder if I have to draw them onto land. Honestly, if I was playing this on my own time, I'd probably fight at least one or two of every single enemy as I went from area to area. But it already takes such a long time to get from area to area in the story quest, I haven't worried about it. Which might be why we don't have all the resources we need for some of the quests. But it's fine. Is that Sword March?
That's Keves Castle, all right?
Never mind.
First time seeing it. Yeah.
Looked like a big sword to me, but I
Same level
might
of
just be dumb.
elaborate as Castle of Agnes.
Can also see great sword on left.
Oh, there was. Yeah, I was like, wait, what?
Going through with this?
No. I see it's far too risky now. The area will be under strict guard.
I thought we were going
But
down
we could go via
the path on the
forest.
opposite side of the chasm as
Back to
the
Wildwood.
castle.
Doesn't sound too
Huh.
bad to me.
I'm still just concerned too, because I think it was Ethel said she'd been to Sword March and didn't find that like village or anything Vandam was talking about way back when. Because for all I know, you know, I don't think it'll be the case, but we get all the way to Sword March, there's nothing there, and we're like, well, crud. We journeyed all the way here, Mio's about to die, and we found nothing. But I don't think the game would do that, surely. But it's just in terms of like, oh, here we are. Finally. Took long enough.
Oh,
Oh, he went with her too.
well, never been this far in before.
Me neither. The
Oh,
last time I had
actually-
an audience with the Queen, she had come in person.
If
to the
she's been in here
warfront.
the entire time too, isn't this Keves Castle? We're this close to her. Do we have to go rescue? I would be down to derail everything and go help her if she gets into trouble here. But that's just me. I really like Ethel. Much as I really like Mio, I really like Mio, Noah, and Uni of the 6 we have in our main team. Those are my favorite, like, half, I guess I would say. My favorite character so far is Ethel, though. Couldn't, oh. There's a few reasons why, but I just like the character. She really does remind me of Sylvaria from Valkyria Chronicles, though.
Colony 4. Reporting in as ordered, Your Majesty.
It has been some time, hasn't it?
Mom, I'm elated to find you in good stead.
You know, I never played
Your Majesty,
Xenoblade Chronicles 1,
that you would grace
but
us with your presence.
the wings on the
It's an
head
honor
that, like,
above my
Uni and the
station.
Queen has on this side,
We can dispense
wasn't
with
there a
this
character like
preamble.
this that, like, all the memes were surrounding?
N.
Mom.
Oh, hey, it's the Noah clone. That's, not good, potentially.
Consul N. That's him.
Ben, the head honcho of Kevesi Consuls himself. The
Interesting.
Golden Consul.
Oh. I'm really worried for these two.
What is that?
The Annihilator. The latest weapon in our military arsenal. It utilizes breakthroughs in application of the annihilation effect.
Yeah, I don't remember her name anyway. I just remember there were all the memes surrounding, that character that I saw on YouTube. And now that I think about it, I think she had those wings on her head. Would probably make a lot more sense if I played, you know, Xenoblade Chronicles 1. I don't know if Xenoblade Chronicles X has anything to do with this story either.
Not only is its power without equal, it has another exquisite benefit. Let me show you.
Oh no.
What, you mean right here and now?
Indeed. This will be its finest hour.
This reminds me of the time Zeke's family, or his father, set off that weapon, and we had to go stop it, and it led to just one catastrophe after
the
another.
Orion Mountains. A terrible shame. Her Majesty has a soft
Are you just gonna
spot for
blast a mountain for no reason?
Please do not think ill of me.
What is wrong with you? What? What the heck? Why? This is just like a very clear threat. I mean, Colony 4 is one of the colonies that's been freed from their control, the consuls. And there's like, here, look at our big gun that can wipe out like a colony-sized area. Is that, are those two gonna be okay? Oh, were they aiming that at us?
What was that? Just thunder, innit?
Yeah.
Brighter than any lightning.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Still ringing in ears.
Where did the light come from?
No idea. But
I mean, I'm sure they have some general idea of where they are. They've shown that movie theater-esque area, and they seem to be able to monitor us, so maybe that was meant to scare us, while also being a show of force to Ethel. And I'm still confused, too. They mentioned way back when the possibility of them just giving them another flame clock. Is that something they can do? Because that would really undermine all of our efforts if we were going around freeing colonies, and then the consuls were going around...
its effective range has
no discernible limit.
whatsoever.
What?
What are you?
I'm saying an attack like the one you just witnessed can be delivered anywhere.
This guy really does look like... I mean, we haven't seen his full face, but he looks like Noah with a mask on and longer hair.
Then what about the clocks?
Who said anything about using it on Agnes?
Oh, is there another enemy? Or are they using it on their own?
Target will be this. Oh my gosh. Well, if you were wondering if the Queen, at least of Keves, and probably Agnes now, were involved with this, that kinda just, like, really? Don't just stop that there! What the heck? Well, now we, like, forget the side quests, honestly. Forget the side quests. We're gonna keep doing this, main story. I gotta know. You can't just drop me on a cliffhanger like that on my favorite character. They just, like... That was Colony 4, no? Like, in that desert area? That is... Like, what?
Should be reaching Mac the Wildwood soon.
I'd wondered if it, like, this entire time, my genuine thought had been, what if it's, like, a situation where the queens are just disconnected from things? And they're not actively involved with, like, everything that the consuls are doing. The fact that she approved of that, like, show of force and they just blasted the Orion Mountains, and then they're like, oh, by the way, the next target is this colony on our side of the war. Really? It's probably a good thing then that Ethel did go, like, obviously if they had just, like, ignored the call to go back to the castle, and they just done that, it would have turned out way worse. But, like, I'm not a fan. This is concerning. Jeez. They aren't gonna pull another Vandam on us and kill Ethel, are they? Like, she was the first hero we got. I'm really concerned. Like, genuinely, that's... Like, what? Because obviously, like, Ethel's made it very clear with the whole Cammuravi incident, when something goes in that way and she opposes it, she's not afraid to be like, okay, well, I'm challenging you to a fight. And Noah's evil twin over here is probably pretty strong, given how strong the other consuls have been. Are we actually going to have to go rescue her? Because I still got the impression she was way stronger than us. Nice.
He says, falling flat on his ass himself.
Oh, yeah.
I still think it's
Bloody
funny how much they
hilarious.
let Uni
You're
curse in a
always taking the
Nintendo
mick out of
game.
me. Noah.
Huh? Did you say something?
Oh, don't come crying if you fall.
You seem like you're a million miles away. Lot on your mind?
Yeah, kinda.
Oh?
Mio!
Ah, thank you.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I just lost my footing for a second. I'm okay. For now, I'm okay.
Oh, is it
For
finally
now.
starting to get to her? Yeah. She's been really
Are you
upbeat
not
about
feeling 100%?
not letting Taion
No,
and
nothing like
Senna
that.
especially worry about that, but...
I'm totally fine, promise. Like I said, I just missed my footing.
If you start feeling worse, just say. I don't want you hiding it.
You're a kind man, aren't you?
I'm just being polite.
Gets all bashful when she's like, oh. You're a good person. Gets all bashful, slides into lands. I love the dynamic though. We've got the workout buddies,
So what was on your mind?
two like solemn, serious couple, and then the cynical couple.
I was wondering if it had anything to do with us.
You
It's kind of
think
funny.
maybe could it have been something that
Kind of funny though that
Mobius
like
did?
the interlink pairs were like reflecting personalities.
Huh?
We know that they're hunting us. Taion, you told us before that our consoles were actually the same.
Yeah, I did say that.
I wonder if then...
After that, nobody said so, but we were all thinking it.
Like, clearly Ethel knew that N was like the leading console of Keves. I wonder if N is also the leading like console leader of Agnes, or if there's a mirrored, you know, voice of authority.
It could be that all the fighting. It might be that it's all orchestrated according to Mobius.
Why are the queens allowing it?
Ouroboros only spelled trouble.
Since we keep wrecking their flame clocks and all.
They must really hate
It
us
could
messing with
be...
their stuff, I guess.
It could still be that the queens are getting tricked, you know? Wouldn't be the first time. It could be like a
It does stand to reason that's
the
why we're
princess
the
in
targets.
Fairy Tale.
But it doesn't tell
When
us anything about why our colonies
you had
fight.
like future Lucy come back and try to fix things, and then future Rogue who was coming back to try and mess things up even further, and he deceived the princess of I can't remember the name, Magnolia, I think it was.
Our real objective here,
That could be
right?
the type of thing too. Obviously not probably from the future, but
Maybe we'll find
maybe a situation like that
One way to know.
where they're actively just being deceived and thinking they're doing the right thing.
We got time to kick back a little.
The Old Way Camp. Oh, a trader. Let's see if they have anything new to buy. Mountain's already in right old state. Yeah,
Always
like...
nice to have more friends.
I just...
Decisions.
Do I have enough to buy one of all these? Yeah. There hasn't really been anything else to spend money on, to be fair, too. So might as well, buy each of those relics. Let me see. I doubt we have enough experience to level up.
Can we maybe train?
But maybe. Depending on where we're at right now. Yeah, we had just enough. Wow. Just enough. Like one fight less and we wouldn't have had enough. That's crazy. I'll take it. We haven't picked any up. Anything? Nope, okay. Let's save too. I don't think I've saved in a second. Yeah, I haven't saved since... That would be mad. That was like 3 hours of gameplay.
Right then. Should we get a move on?
Alright, let's keep going. Yeah, I gotta know. That's... You can't just drop the whole... It's been like 2 chapters since we'd heard anything about those two. And their journey back to the castle, and then it just drops that on us. They blow a hole in the mountain right next to our main party as a show of force, and then just threaten their colony. Like, Ethel and... We don't know him, but I would assume Ethel and Cammuravi, like... Even some like Isurd, not to smack talk Isurd, or like, Valdi, not to smack talk them. But if they've been shown something like that, they'd probably back down. From what we know of Cammuravi, and obviously having met Ethel, they're probably gonna pick a fight, you know? Like... And that has me concerned. But where are we? This is interesting. Like a ruined city-esque. Aspect high, max the wild. Oh, this is the wildwoods they're talking about. Kind of interesting that instead of just woods, you know, there's ruins all around.
Man, those Mobius mooks, they make my feathers stand on end. Ending people's lives like it doesn't matter. Oh, what a sick joke.
Yeah.
Their word for people like that? Know what Nopon say?
No idea. Tell
They're gonna
us.
curse.
Super villain pond.
Oh. It is a Nintendo game, I suppose.
What does that mean then?
It be the extreme bad guy.
Ah, I think I get it.
Meme?
What's up, Manana?
Then, Onoa and Mio and friends.
What?
Supervillain pond.
Really?
You're labeling us?
Labeling. Because friends used to end lives also.
Banana.
That not make them supervillain pond?
That's so mean.
I mean, it's not like we ever had a choice or anything.
Yeah.
It was them or us.
So when no choice, not fall under definition then.
None of us ever fought because we wanted to. It's just how it worked.
I don't think Banana's trying to like antagonize him. It's almost like an innocent, like a childlike character.
So,
Saying like, why is this the way it is?
supervillain pond?
Huh?
Yeah.
Since it make everyone do nasty things. World is bad guy.
And Mobius.
The
Yeah.
world is
But sure.
bad.
Who knows though? For all we know, they're gonna turn things on their head and pull up. By the way, Mobius was actually the good guys the entire time type of
What in
thing.
the world?
It would
are
not
we
be the
even here
craziest thing in the world.
I wouldn't strain your brain too much.
Sounds like you have.
What gave you that idea?
Cut the snark, just tell me.
Noah's and
Is
Taion's.
suicide.
Oh.
So what?
If you don't want to hurt others, you'll end up denying your own right to survive.
Yeah.
Eventually, you come to the conclusion that the world may well be better off without your presence. The only resolution then is to erase the self, to die.
That's really heavy.
See, pointless.
Isn't that taking it too far?
I mean,
world doesn't
the whole
just
world
vanish
base of Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is taking things a bit too far.
What?
The moon. Think about it. Why is it that the moon shines? Just because we're watching? Of course not. Even if humans were gone, it would shine on, illuminating the land beneath. And yet, we're the ones that give meaning to it. We say bit dim tonight, or looks brighter than usual, eh? Similarly, we can now imbue the world with meaning or change it. It's a privilege we were lucky to obtain.
And that's the power of Ouroboros.
Maybe.
We're obliged to use it.
I mean, yeah, they've actually been given the chance to make a difference.
So we don't become supervillains.
That's one thing to aim for, at least. Right?
We've never been here before.
Good old Noah, though. If anyone's gonna get lost in deep thought about something philosophical, it's gonna be Noah. Well then, what catastrophe is about to befall us
Hey.
here?
You sure we're going the right way, guys?
That would be the biggest, just the biggest ironic thing.
Well, it's a path at least.
Yeah, we've been traveling for like 2 weeks. Turns out we
Looks like
weren't
it's gonna
going
be
the
a
right
real
way.
pain getting through here.
True, but we don't have the luxury of loitering.
Well, I don't see any other road.
At least we're not running into colonies we have to.
Over with.
It's good to free other colonies, I'm sure, in their minds, but it's good that we're not running into a bunch of enemies right now. Which is... Okay, well, come on, game. Like... Really?
Judy, look out!
Oh my gosh. Well, this is either an enemy or a new hero unit. It's one of the two. Oh, maybe it's just a... Is this just a straight up... Nope, it's a... Agnes colony? based on uniforms. Is this a new commander?
Weapons, quick!
Anytime I see such a unique design, I assume it's going to be a new hero unit, you know? Could be wrong, though. Like, the other 4 look very... Yeah, see, what did I tell you? And they are from Agnes, okay. It's pretty easy to tell them apart, to be fair. Are they wearing bright white uniforms? They're from Agnes. Are they wearing the dark Tron-looking uniforms? They're probably from, you know, Keves. Well, this looks like it might be another hero quest, though, that's, like, in the way of the main story. You have to do it. Oh, Mio went down. This is, not good. Okay, I have 2 HP. We're interlinking lands. This is not good. Oh, now they're evading everything. Wonderful. I don't know if we need to be focusing the other enemies in this fight. This is another example of that, yeah, maybe I should be. Yeah, we're taking a ton of damage. Yeah, let's try and take out the, everyone else and then focus on the main unit. Uni's down. This is Taion's down. If we fail this, I mean, we're clearly at 4 levels up on this quest. What I might have to do is double check my equipment. Isurd is down. This is not good. I need to get a chain attack and use that to heal, like, right now. Yeah. I maybe should have switched it. I'm an idiot. We're chain attacking a 1 HP. That's fine. Let's go for Taion Unis, actually. Heal everyone to full. This is, yeah, I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm so dumb. It's okay. The first hit of the first chain attack. The primary use of this, though, was to get everyone healed up so we don't just keel over and die. Because, we are pushing things. We need to get Uni's chain attack here, though. Because that will allow us to heal to full. In case that doesn't happen, we'll still be using all the healing arts I think we can during our chain attacks. Got Taion's back, okay. Just do this. That opens us up to getting potentially Mio's. That's not healing Taion for some reason. That's a bit concerning. Leave ourselves enough to do one more chain attack. That did heal Taion. Okay. Yeah, that chain attack came at a really good time. Everyone was starting to get really low. It was getting a little bit dangerous. The chain attack, though, I should have used on a more full health person. I just panicked. I saw literally everyone on my team at low health, and I was like, I gotta do something now. Okay, we didn't get the Taion Uni full heal, but we did get Mio Noah's. So not ideal, but not the worst thing in the world. Should be able to heal everyone up pretty heavily, though. And hopefully Taion just doesn't have aggro on him out the gate, out of this. We did reduce... Oh yeah, reduce attacker and heal. We should be okay. Surely. I am really kicking myself, though, for doing this entire chain attack on this Agnes Fighter E. But I didn't expect to run into another, like, storyline-based hero quest here. That's, It's neat? No, I just didn't expect it. Right then. %. Well, let's greed heal here. Since this ends the chain anyways. Okay, we basically got everyone to full heal anyways, it's fine. Jeez. We are 4 levels up on these guys, though. That's horrifying. That's, I think, this new highest. We keep breaking our, to be fair, we do keep breaking our chain damage, like, records. It's just a shame that we did that on an enemy that was already dead. Now, well. Lance is taking... Who is targeting the Lance? Oh, gosh. I can Spider A, I can Spider B. I'm just gonna trust that Isurd... Yeah, I was gonna say... I'm gonna trust that our other healers have it. Right now, Taion and Uni are combined, but seriously, just keep each other alive, guys. And actually, let's interlink level 2. That'll pull Lands off the field for a second. I'm panicking though. This is getting really sketchy. Looks like it is just this one now, though. Wait, no, there's 2? Landslide and Agnes Spider A, are those the same? It's just... I've said it so many times, but one thing in this game is just... It's so hard to tell what's going on. It really is. That might be the name of the attack this unit's using, actually. Looking at things. I wonder if this is going to be a ranged attacker unit based on the looks of the fighting style. Because obviously she's a bow user. She does not seem to be... I think this is a girl. Does not seem to be a healer. Clearly. So it could be a tank as well. Because to be fair, personality-wise, I thought Zeon was going to be a tank, but just looking at the weapons, I thought it might be an attacker, and then it was a tank, so... Who knows? Anyway, we gotta go free another colony on our way to do anything.
Want to pass through. We're not looking for trouble.
Come on, guys. What's your problem?
Juniper, Imogen's at her limit. She can't keep going.
Juniper, huh?
Huh? Spark! And we could have had their life too. So close.
Oh, I wonder if this is a colony that their flame clock is really low and they're desperate to get.
That's very unfortunate. We'll have to retreat then.
Interesting. And they just dip.
What was all that about?
Great.
Weirdos.
Noah, what's wrong?
Yeah, I wonder if that is the case.
About that archer, they seem quite the formidable opponent, to be sure.
That's true, but there was something else about them.
Say, you don't think...
Those soldiers' flame clocks. They might be getting...
Yeah, okay. I guess that might have been a bit obvious, to be fair, but that was my guess.
Not be thinking of offering your assistance.
Yeah, what are we going to do? Kill people to help their flame clock, or just destroy their flame clock?
Into words, but
That's probably more likely, to be fair.
What, and you think we have time to be traipsing around on this whim of yours?
We had time to be traipsing around freeing your colony, Taion.
Really
Stop being sassy.
Yeah.
Give it up, Taion. Once Noah's like this, there's no stopping him.
Oh, why do I bother?
Besides, Noah's intuition's usually pretty on the mark.
We could just take a look. A tiny little peek.
And then get attacked promptly, but yeah.
I can see no amount of reasoning is going to dissuade you.
Why do I feel like, by the way, we're not going to hear anything else about Ethel and her aide? I can't remember his name because he's less important.
That's fine.
For like another chapter.
Okay, let's move. We should be able to catch up to them if we follow their tracks.
But yeah, if I had to guess, following footprints. Oh, okay.
I want to go here
Yes,
now.
okay. I figured. They did the same thing with Valdi's, so... And Ethel's quest, so... Certain heroes very clearly, like... I guess to be fair, based on what I'm seeing, we could have potentially not recruited Isurd. But it does seem like there's a good chunk of heroes that are just... You're gonna have to get them. Can I get through without... Nope, okay. You know, I've been using Senna for a while. Let's play Noah. Noah was using Lance's weapon. Not the biggest fan. It's fine. I just been going on autopilot, and then I was just thinking about it. I was like, it's partially because I enjoy that weapon, though. Genuinely. I really like Riku and Min on his weapons. Need to go draw aggro. Yeah, in groups of enemies like this, Lance's weapon is really good for AoE aggro though. So every time I see this red line when I'm playing tank, I should be running over and trying to pull aggro. Which I didn't do a great job of this fight. Uni's already down, though she's a tank. I might want to double check my accessories though, and my arts and stuff, because I think when you change classes, sometimes it's not the best about... Like, it generally auto-equips like your gems and stuff to things that'll be helpful, which is nice, because I just haven't been bothered to change them all. But I know sometimes when I've like completely swapped like this character to a healer from an attacker, sometimes there are things that are left undone. So let me just double check this real quick. The only two that it would be... Oh. Wait, who's at max rank right now? Senna and Mio. They were both playing attackers though, so I can just switch them around real quick. Switch her to that. Switch Senna to that. Nice. Now both my attackers are classes I really like. Yeah, let me just... Maybe... Okay, I think I'm just being stupid. Yeah, no, we're good, okay. Interesting. No, I did have that issue though before, and I was like, huh, that's weird. I like that you can get everyone's outfits once you get them to skill level 10. That is really cool. I do have outfits that I already prefer on everyone, and it's usually like they're actually, ironically, a lot of them you can see it's their second colors. I think the darker colors look really nice on a lot of the characters. So some of them, like the bright red, not been a big fan. But let's keep going. We might do this hero quest then, and then see how long that takes us, because Isurd actually didn't take that long. But there was already a huge, I think, precedent for, you know, him joining us. Whereas this is a brand new character as part of the brand new story. We've never met him before. This might be an entirely new colony we have to free. So for all we know, this could be like 2 hours, you know.
Judging by how the tracks stop here, it seems that this is where those soldiers passed through.
Through here? But how?
Well, they seem like they could maneuver really well.
Doesn't look easily traversable, does it?
Yeah, I can't see us getting across there anytime soon.
We could always take a detour. Look, this way.
Yeah. Thanks, Taion.
Yeah. Taion does seem to be like the geography guy.
Hanging around here.
The, like, pathfinder, if you will.
We haven't got all day.
Nimble little so-and-sos sliding down here on a rope.
I wonder if they could teach me to do that.
They're from Agnes, so they'd probably be more friendly to you, you know, their group than they would... Please don't aggro. They'd probably be more friendly to Mio, Senna, and Taion than they would the Keveses. Oh, hey, a lucky enemy just dropped from the sky. I mean, that's the one thing about Xenoblade games, I swear. I just want to progress the story right now. I gotta know what happens. And they're like, yeah, but you're gonna have to fight like 30 enemies on the way there. I was actually really surprised we didn't aggro those flying enemies right there. It's okay. You know, the funny thing is, I know Lance is more of an AoE aggro, whereas Uni is using Neil's weapon, which is more of a single target plus evade. But it seems like Noah doesn't have aggro nearly as much as Uni does right now. And I think it is because, specifically, AoE aggro weapon versus single aggro weapon. I forgot to check though, so... Right now, I know we just switched Mio and Senna. Uni's pretty new, Taion. Everyone's got, with the exception of Noah, actually, who's just barely over 1 rank away. Everyone's going to be sitting on their current weapons for some time. I think I've done a pretty good job, though, at least so far, of making sure to switch every time I hit rank 10. But I do want to get their weapons further beyond.
Crazy. There was a colony here?
Yeah, I wonder if there's still an active colony. Oh yeah, by the way, we just followed you. Don't freak.
That's right.
Freak out.
This is an abandoned colony.
Oh, okay. That actually genuinely, I don't know if that means we can free them from their flame clock.
Please listen to us.
But that
We didn't come here
does lend the aid to us being friendly with them, you know?
We can free you from your flame clock.
Free us?
You don't have much time left on yours, do you?
We can help you with that, so if you just...
She's not gonna listen.
Stop attacking you.
Yeah.
Well, if they're abandoned, they're probably a bit
I'll
desperate.
hear you out.
We just need to smash your flame clock. I know that sounds insane, and that you probably never heard of Ouroboros before. But yeah, no, don't worry. And then we're gonna ditch you and tell you that we can help you whenever you want. But then never come back.
Good to add more names.
Colony Tau. Okay, so far for Keves, we've freed Colony 30, 9, and 4, and we freed Colony Lambda, and we're doing Colony Tau now. Apparently.
Not a lot of people around.
Lieutenant Reina.
Yeah. It's quite unlike any other colony.
It's an abandoned colony. You'd think the population would be lower.
The people here seem so resigned.
Resigned? They've been abandoned. Crazy.
I've seen a few colonies with dwindling flame clocks before, but this one is especially bizarre.
It's like they're not
If Mobius
trying to
has...
survive here at all.
Huh.
Do you get that impression?
It's just if Mobius has control over all the flame clocks, you'd think there wouldn't be an abandoned colony. Because they'd have access to the knowledge of that they're here.
Back when I was stationed at Lambda, I'd heard rumors about Colony Tau.
Okay.
What did they say?
That deep in the forest, there's a colony with some very peculiar customs and traditions.
Huh.
This is my first time seeing it in reality, but I never expected it to be so run down.
Is this like the colony's versions
Did
of
you
the
have
slums?
any dealings with it?
I feel like it's a pretty common concept.
None at all.
And they always call it the
This is just
slums, I
hearsay
swear.
from Commander Isurd.
Anyway, we should hurry. Let's smash the flame clock and free everyone.
Have we actually explained to them what that'll do? Because, to be fair...
An abandoned colony, we are continually starved of sufficient life sources.
Yeah, because everyone's constantly at war and they're stealing, you know, flame clock resources from everyone else.
That's right. Sorry, I failed to tell you before. I am Juniper, and it's my job to lead Colony Tau.
So once again, it's a commander of a... Like, seriously, are we going to recruit anyone that's... Like, I would think with the number of hero units there are available,
Then surely you must know
eventually we'll have one that's not Riku and Manana, that's not a commander of a colony.
I'm afraid I know nothing.
But this is yet another commander.
Ah.
I guess they're the most qualified to be helpful in battle, I suppose,
have no
but
need of such information.
still.
Juniper told us we'd welcome you in, whoever you might turn out to be.
After you attacked us?
So, that's the rule. We don't ask questions.
But you attacked us back there.
Yeah, it's just, even the dialogue box, you're just like, really?
Our scouts told us about some monsters in the forest they've never seen before. So, we sent them out on
We
a
are
hunt.
very clearly people, except for maybe technically lands.
Then they bumped into you en route.
Not to be racist
Must have
towards lands or
figured it'd
anything,
be
just,
more efficient
you
to
know,
get you out of the way
first sight, gray skin.
Though, contrary to our plan, we were made to retreat.
Yeah, because we beat the brakes off you.
Oh yeah? What about your console? Where are they
They're
hiding?
abandoned lands, they probably don't
I
have
told
one.
you, this is an abandoned colony.
Oh, they do
Our
have one, they just
consul
don't.
rarely visits us.
And yet $10 says as soon as we go to free them, they show up. And we have to fight another member of
All the more
Mobius.
reason to get you out of this predicament.
I think you guys are getting the wrong end of the stick here.
Uh-huh.
It's true. We aren't afraid of Colony Tau's flame clock running out. All it means is the end of our days gazing at our ever-diminishing
That is
supply.
really depressing. What the heck?
But you could die. Uh-huh. As if we just let you waltz in and break our flame clock.
And we all have to perish someday. If our lives should expire, then we'll sink into silence, darkness,
Sweet oblivion.
We'll return to the earth.
Yes, but you can't just...
Yeah, they're just so dumbfounded. Because we're a group that's trying so desperately as Ouroboros to live and to get everyone else to live and free everyone.
That's how it is.
So to run into this kind of ideology is probably something they can't accept.
And yet here we are. Slowly but surely, we are withering. We don't always find the nutrition that we need to live. If Colony Tau cannot accumulate the vital flames it needs, then
Oh,
it
it's a
proves
survival
only
of the
that we
fittest
were too
thing.
weak. And in nature,
To some extent.
the weak are destined to perish.
Well, she does have green hair.
The logic would dictate that nature is pushing you to become stronger.
If we set you free, you won't have to worry about all this crap.
We neither worry nor fear for what may come to pass.
We've already lost so many of our friends and allies.
Everyone has, to be fair, in this war.
And every time we return to their bodies to the earth, such will be our fate.
Oh yeah.
What's the point of fearing the inevitable?
Do they actually bury their bodies? I feel like that's not something that happens a whole lot because of the sheer number of people that die in this war.
But how do you live without hope?
It will spell the end of the story that our predecessors weaved for generations. A tale cut short. I won't argue that it feels a little melancholy.
A little.
In that sense, if we were to be freed from the flame clock, then...
Doesn't that diminish the sacrifices of the people that came before? That might be the logic.
Tell me?
The monsters are coming straight for the colony, and they already took one of us down.
Oh.
No. They came all the way here.
Well, it's convenient we're here.
We'll join you.
6 people that can conveniently transform into 3 giant, like,
Good to add more names.
transformer-looking things. Imagine if this had happened 2 days earlier. Crazy. What are those?
Juniper, we need orders.
I'm wondering who's gonna inherit her class, though. Because this is one that, usually in the hero quest, I feel like there's somebody, whether it's obvious, like Taion with, you know, his former commander, stuff like that.
Ask us later.
Or not. There's obviously someone who, like, builds up, I think, a relationship the most of the 6, and then they're the one who inherits the class.
Here we go.
So I'm just curious. Could be Uni, because she was the one who was so indignant. It could be Noah or Mio, because they're the ones who were trying to pry into, like, the why. Who knows? Who knows, though? There we go. Sometimes I just don't understand the aggro on these enemies. Like, when I'm playing tank here, I'm just trying to capture the, like, here there's 3 enemies. My goal was to just in the back of my mind is, like, draw the aggro of 2 of these enemies, or 1. But, like, even the one I'm actively hitting and trying to use my taunts on is sometimes randomly switching over, and you get the red line. Which is obviously not good. Who knows, though? As always with games like this, though, I just assume that's me not understanding things quite well enough, not a flaw in the game's design. Because that's usually it. It's usually me being dumb, let's be honest. Yeah, like, it's just, as a result, this weapon just feels kind of clunky. I don't know, I've not been the biggest fan of Lance's weapon. Perfect, let's reduce their aggro. Look at the health of 2 of our attackers in Taion. They're clearly drawing aggro. Yeah, I can't even tell what type of weapon. I'm an idiot, she uses a bow. I was thinking, like, I don't even know, never mind. Forget what I was saying. I was like, looking at it, I was trying to do the same thing I was with Isurd at first, where I was like, oh, what weapon do they have? We got a very clear cutscene telling us what weapon she had. I'm just dumb. I often catch myself when I'm, like, playing games with my friends, where I start a sentence and I'm like, wait a second, I'm a moron. Oh, convenient. We got Noah and Mio's immediately. When chosen, increases damage ratio. Okay. Seems like... Okay, so she is a damage dealer too. That's important to note. It's helpful. I'm always down to get more damage dealers. We'll probably just do everything we can here, because we're about to finish the chain with the Noah and Mio thing. Yeah, I genuinely like, though, I've been surprised at how fast we've gotten heroes, but it feels nice. It does. To be able to get these, like, it feels like, outside of some of the early game, I'm never at a point where I'm like, okay, I just hit level 10 on these 2 people. I don't have any routes to go from here, you know? I'm always like, okay, I can work on this person. I can work on this person with this weapon. And I know for certain, because they mentioned at the start, you know, eventually I'll be able to get even more levels, and I'm sure those levels 10 to 20 will take a much longer time to get through. Which means that we, you know, we've got a good amount. We just might hit a few dead spots. I think that's the downside of grinding, depending on how much I grind off stream, killing enemies while I'm collecting resources as well, is that could really affect, you know, am I sitting at too many level 10 weapons? Because, like, you've seen some of the characters that have been a specific class most of the time are on, like, their last weapon. I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but, like, we only have, say, 3 or 4 healer weapons, and I've had one of my characters be a healer most of the time. They could be getting to that point pretty soon. Just a thought, though. And if that's the case, we just switch to the class. It does to me feel like that because of the chain skills, unless you invest significantly in a given unit, the units that were like, for example, Mio is probably set to be a tank. Stuff like that, you know? Because you get those chain skills to carry over, but if you invest in them enough and get them those chain skills by maxing out other classes, you can do whatever you want. Because as far as I can remember, Mio's been an attacker actually for a long time. Just because of how things have shaken down.
Again, accept my thanks. We couldn't have done this without you.
Don't worry about it.
But if you, this is the first colony that's been actively like against us smashing their flame clock.
When I fear losing my friends.
Yeah, a bit contradictory.
Honestly, that seems like the most natural thing of all.
Does it? To me, it seems a bit contradictory.
When you told me that you would release us from the flame clock, I thought that if you really were telling the truth, it would make life easier.
Yeah, that's the thought.
At the same time, I began to hate the fact that I was looking for a way out. Looking up at our clock, seeing the life ebbing away.
Oh, she'd already become... It goes back to, who was it? I think Taion was saying when we first entered, they just all seem resigned.
That status quo, wretched though it was, after so long.
Yeah, it's gotta be scary.
I was scared of what might happen if we did.
Anytime you're letting go of what you're familiar with, it's scary. It is.
Your words at the time seemed so appealing to me. I could not destroy the collective efforts that became the colony and everything it represents with my own 2 hands.
That's what it is. That's what I was saying, though. It's like it maybe diminishes the sacrifices of those that came before.
If that isn't appealing, then what is?
You must have been aware of how tragic it is to simply await death. That's why you invited us, isn't it?
Even now, I'm not afraid of dying. But I hated the idea of losing those I hold dear.
Oh, that's okay. I get that, though. The mindset of, like, I don't really care what happens to me, but the people dear to me, I want to be happy.
I remembered what you told me, and for a brief moment, I felt the grip of fear. I felt so weak and helpless, yet at the same time, I didn't want to let go of my dear friend. So I must have closed myself off. I stopped thinking.
Yeah, Juniper.
Closed my eyes and covered my ears.
I don't know how to feel in this character. Just a bit, again, to me, even if Noah's like, oh no, that makes total sense. To me, it seems a bit contradictory.
We have to keep thinking.
That's right.
But I can understand feeling stuck in a certain way, you know? And you want things to get better, you want things to change. But at the same time, you don't even know how to go about it, and even when the chance offers itself to you, it's scary.
You've defended this place for so long. Why?
Yeah, as an abandoned colony, staying alive with all the monsters and stuff around, that's pretty impressive. And they clearly aren't getting the resources, like, from the castles or anything like that, because they're abandoned.
You can.
I was surprised that it even mentioned, like, they said it was very rare that their console visited. I was surprised, given their status as an abandoned colony, that they even showed up.
Juniper, it's your call.
We've made it this far thanks to you.
Yes, I suppose so. If there is...
And if not, it's not like anything's changed.
Very true. If you can't break it, I can live with that too.
Imagine we've run into a flame clock, though, and Noah's sword just breaks or something. It's like, by the way, we can't actually break your flame clock. Sorry.
Will teach me to see things in a new light.
I wonder if there's more to this hero quest, though, because even with the, when we thought the Isurd one had ended and then it didn't, it was still pretty fast. Oh, yeah, there it goes. Like, I was genuinely surprised at how fast, Isurd's one was. Warning levels up, okay. Yeah, I've wondered if, like, a higher ranking colony has a different composition in their flame clock, or if I'm just overthinking it.
Acceptance is actually surprisingly easy when it comes down to it.
I think it probably is, yeah.
I'm sorry if this seems rude, but could I ask another favor of
No,
you?
we basically become glorified errand runners.
Sure. I'd like to learn much more of the world, become a stronger individual.
Can I travel with you? Of course. You seem pretty strong.
To that end, is there any
But seriously though, who's gonna inherit her skill? I don't see any connection with anyone in particular.
We could certainly do with someone of Juniper's caliber.
My first thought would be Uni, my second thought would be Noah, but even then, just like, if I found out it was any of the 6, I'd be like, oh, okay.
Is your colony gonna be okay though? Can they get on without you?
Survival of the fittest.
Colony
Clearly.
Town needs to undergo change too. We need to extend our knowledge and grow. So I'd like you to take me on a trip, somewhere far away, and show me something new.
I don't know if we're really going far away, but sure.
Huh? I guess that's another thing we need in order to grow.
Might be an idea to send some of our.
I wonder if we're gonna go through like one more, because again, we freed 3 colonies, 4, 9, and 30 for Keves, and then we've only freed Colony Lambda and now Colony Tau. I wonder if we do a third Agnes colony before we free another Kevesi one.
I guess I'm still hanging about though.
Could be wrong though, but it would make sense to me if they did it in a balanced way. Although to be fair, a balanced way probably would have been to not do 3 in a row of one side.
Even after we broke the flame clock?
Yeah.
You think they'd know? Better this way if you ask me.
Again though, even us breaking the flame clock, surely they'd know, but they seem to know where we are at all times. Through that movie theater rest room, whatever. So they maybe don't need a notification. Which is terrifying, honestly. Really shows how deep the consoles and Mobius's influence spreads.
I think it's about time we made tracks, no?
Let's get going.
You're right. Time to move then.
Well then.
Oh, oops.
Don't worry about us. You know we can handle ourselves.
We'll prove that Colony Tau can be so much more.
Yes, I'm sure it will be.
Off you go then.
This is the first commander though that's like straight up been like, every other commander felt like I said like, okay, well maybe did, I don't know if Valdi did, but like a lot of them have been like, well I can't always help you, we won't always be here. And she's just straight up like, yeah, no, I'm gonna come with you. I'm ditching for now. I'll be back later. You can slide down and fix her. Okay. Yeah, Juniper.
It's a pleasure.
Alright, who's the class inheritor? I got a stalker. That's interesting. It is Noah. Okay. Interesting. Deals low damage to individual targets, but excels at managing aggro. Work with allies. Okay. Interesting. Art of Flow. With the Art of Flow taught to you by Juniper, you can cancel arts into other arts without using fusion arts. Successfully canceling. Okay. I was wondering when that was going to be a case. That's actually really nice. That's what made Mithra and Pyra so broken, is you could just cancel and then reset the cooldown and do that a bunch of times. Oh, and he meets... So, if we're changing him to Stalker, we do actually need to take either Nia or... I mean, we could just run one defender, but it doesn't sound like a good idea. So, do we want to run... You know what? Let's put Nia on tank duty. Yeah, we'll switch it from one dual wielder to the other. Why not? I just don't feel comfortable not doing 2-2-2. Again, having the hero also changes things. But if we were running, if we hadn't changed Nia here, we'd be running 1 defender and 4 attackers, including Juniper. It just seems like balance is... It's a pretty good idea, you know? But anyway, I wanted to check real quick if we ever did get the interlink upgrade. See, there's still... I'm so confused. Like, I clearly have the points to do quite a few more upgrades, but every available one says it's locked. And so I'm assuming that's story gated. But I just don't understand what... Like... It just seems odd. That's another thing I might have to look up. Just because it's bothering me. I have so many points here, and it seems like such a waste not to be using those. That's at the 35. Yeah, there's already a 4-level disparity. For the record, though, I'll be using every new hero for a bit as we get them. When we get Ethel back, we'll probably use her for most of the time, though. Just out of the sheer fact that she's my favorite character. And I'm not afraid to admit it. Let's run around Colony Tau for a bit.
Good to add more names.
See if we can't find their canteen, and we'll probably get some more side quests here. I'm so addicted to the main story. I still can't believe they dropped the
Good to add more
By the way, we're gonna attack Colony 4. And we told her that. Hey, look, another Officer. Is there just an Officer quest for every single colony? I swear. They do have their own crop fields. That makes sense, though, for a colony that's been kind of on their own for a while. That does. There's the canteen.
My stomach's growling.
Okay. 50 glare aubergines. Food for Tau. That's probably a side quest to find 50 glare aubergines. Does Sky more information? Yes, okay. Life-changing skill. Yeah, there's just rope slides all over the road. To be fair, there was one, now that I think about it. Near that... Hold on. Wrong button. That is the map. But, way back when, near the... There's an elite enemy on one of these first maps. It was where we did the fortune clovers, actually. Right around the fortune clover area. There was an elite enemy. And on that side of that cliff, there was that rope. Yeah. That's potentially... Okay, that's interesting. Anyway. Curious. Alright, to the canteen.
Let's make the most of our break, guys.
Let's see what we've got for side quests. Are all 3 of them? Rope slides are not. Okay.
For a second?
I think we've gotten pretty good at using the rope slides. I haven't used a single one. Seen him around Fornus, yep. This field, that miss, okay. If you ignore the guy that's... Oh, man. I love Uni.
I think we need to discuss this.
Tao's gathering food. Not exactly destined, yeah. Who are their neighbors? The monsters? Yeah, the Turkins. Huh. The Turking. Okay. Interesting. It'd be funny if there was a Turkin hero, imagine.
I think we need to discuss this.
Is it required here, Juniper? We return our dead. So they don't have officers at all, they just bury them. Interesting. And Land says he's never even heard of that, which is really interesting because that means that they haven't buried their dead for such a long time. Which means they just leave them on the battlefield. Which, to be fair, there's bodies strewn out everywhere. He was killed in combat with Keves. Oh. Oh, that's yeah. Oh, tilled the fields mostly. We didn't really need opposite. Yeah. Still depressing, yeah. Taion's like blunt in some ways, but I think Uni and Lands, it's funny how they're always the ones who are just... Like, Uni does it in a more sassy way, whereas I think... Lands is more like just straight and brick-headed, straightforward. Not in a bad way. There's always a charm to that. But it's just funny. How, again, I've mentioned it, like, Taion, Uni, and Lands are the flip side of the coin that, like, Noah, Mio, and Sen are usually the ones that are a bit more tactful about things. And then the other 3 are just like, yeah, don't care. I thought it, I'm gonna say it. I do stuff like that and it gets me into trouble all the time. And I'm like, You know, if I thought about that for like a solid 10 seconds, I probably wouldn't have said it.
Let's go someplace else.
But like, eh. But anyways, let's just, 3 hours in the stream. I'd like to stream for a bit longer, but how do I... Oh, okay, I just walk on it. I was terrified that I was about to just jump off that because I was supposed to push a button and just jump into the depths below. That is genuinely probably a really good place to stop the main story and do some side quests. I want to know what happens to Ethel. Like, it's the same thing. It's like, it's one of those things that gets stuck in my brain. For me, that another big one for that was, and I remember I mentioned it in my early streams of this game so much, was like, Mio's only got 3 months left. And because I like Mio so much, that's still going through my mind. It's like, we need to hurry, you know, in terms of like the story to get her taken care of. But,
Is there a good use for that?
Let's use this.
Let's go a little bit longer. We might not find as satisfying of a like clean stopping point as we would right now, because this really is a good stopping point, I'd say, for the main story. But side quests, again, as far as I know, aside from time-limited quests that I'm sure we'll find, it's not like we should be able to... And if I miss them, most of the side quests are just a little bit of XP, you know, rewards. The ones that we always will probably... I will probably always stop and do the hero quests, though, when we get them. You know, that just seems like something I shouldn't miss out on, which... Out of curiosity, how many more have we got? This makes it seem like I've actually skipped a couple, interestingly enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... 11. I don't know why that was so hard for me to count. So we're missing 11 classes, and we've only recruited 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's crazy. We've only recruited 6 heroes. It feels like a lot more. The fact that these are here, though, makes me think we skipped 2 heroes somehow. But unless they were through side quests or just exploring, I don't know how that would be. I can't imagine, though, that there's any heroes that we miss out on and we can't get them, though. Like, again, if there are time-limited quests, the idea that they'd be like, yeah, nope, you missed out on this hero, you can't get him into a New Game Plus would be kind of stupid. It doesn't seem like something that would be intuitive game design. And I really don't want to spoil myself on heroes. That's one of the things that I don't want to look up. You know? So we'll see. But anyway, let's see how this bow goes. So then, field art follow-up. It said that this was like a low individual damage class. Launched evade. Okay, this class gives us an active like launch ability. That's something that I think our class has actually been missing out on a bit. I remember when we've done the chain attacks, I was like, okay, I had multiple opportunities to break, a couple to topple, but I wasn't really, like, I didn't have a very clear, like, okay, this is my launch ability. I kind of get the idea of this being an archer, though. It's like, oh, low individual damage because you're constantly, like, dancing around the field. I'm also not canceling my attacks at the right time. I'm trying to do it right as the bowstring goes down. And that doesn't seem to be the correct timing. Yeah, what? I could just be mistiming it entirely, which is obviously the case, but like I was trying to do the cancel right as he let go of the bowstring. Maybe it's right as the projectile that he fires hits the enemy, I don't know. That's one of those things that I'd probably need to attention. Probably need to figure out as I go.
Is that?
Is what? I don't see it. I saw the ZR for attention for a second there, but then it disappeared. Let's go down the rope.
We're sliding down.
See a bunch of bodies down there. The rest of them not so loud, but...
Woohoo! This gets the blood pumping, eh?
We've so got to do that again.
Let me check.
You know, I'm a lot better about it than I was as a kid. but I still don't enjoy, like... For me, I don't mind height so much, it's like, it's when it's a free, unrestricted height, if you get what I mean. So sliding down on a rope with no, like, nothing to keep you latched in would probably be terrifying. I cannot figure out where you cancel this into art. Is it? Yeah, I think it's right as he lets go of the bowstring, but that's what I was trying to do, and... This weapon actually... I would think that a bow of all weapons would be really easy to tell when you cancel the arts, and there's a chance I'm just dumb. And by chance, I mean, that's mostly likely what's happening. But... yeah, see, I just can't seem to get it. Oh, I forgot we could cancel arts and arts now. That's what I should be doing, if we're being honest. Unless we're in a healer. I still don't know if that's a good idea when you're a healer. Because when you're a healer, you probably want to be saving your, you know, healing arts when you need to heal. But on an attacker, and, well, potentially like a tank's taunts you don't want to be doing, I don't know. On attackers, though, at the very least, spamming your arts seems like it's going to be pretty nice. Alright, what we got? I wonder how much further we have to get out of this forest. I can't imagine there was more than one, oh, more than one colony here. Oh, it's a side quest. Is this another required quest, I wonder? Well, either way, we're clearly fighting it, whether we want to or not. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm having a really hard time canceling on my normal attacks into arts and finding the right timing, because, I mean, you can tell. I mean, there's a big blue indicator when I do it correctly with the circle. I'm not doing it correctly most of the time. And on most of the weapons that aren't Taion's weapon, I'm usually able to do it pretty consistently. Like, I missed that there, and I thought I had the timing. It's actually really obnoxious. Yeah, like, I'm so confused. But I had wondered if there was going to be a bow class. Same thing, like, I've been wondering, do we get just a straight up, like, spear at some point? You would just assume, like, if they're going to throw in... Oh my gosh, everyone just got dumpstered. What just happened? You would assume, though, that if, you know, all the, like, they're going to put in weird weapons like chakrams and such, that there would probably be the more conventional weapons. Sword, spear. We've obviously seen a good number of swords. We've now seen a bow. An axe, I've been wondering as well. And just because they're conventional, quote-unquote, doesn't mean they have to. You just think that they would, oh. Would do it. That thing was actually pretty tough. Yeah, stealth and that levelness, that could be really scary. Yeah. I wonder if it's gonna make us do this, That was the entire quest. Okay, never mind then. Here I was sitting wondering if that was gonna be like a required side quest we had to do again. And it's just like, nope.
Keves and Agnes are both fully mobilized. We'll have to pick them off one at a time.
Yeah. There's an ether channel right here.
I'll claim the ether here.
We've got a good amount of ether. I don't know what's a good amount to be sitting on, because unless you're gem crafting, it doesn't feel like you need a whole lot. But I mean, the more you have, the you can't possibly hurt, you know? Can I just... Yeah, sick. Yeah, doing something like this, like ziplining, is fun. Doing something like that across a giant canyon would be terrifying. And you can't convince me otherwise. I think I'd poo myself. Is that a campfire? Is emergency, okay. Did you need to scream in the middle of a scary middle of a forest with a bunch of enemies? Plan need more dinner. That's fair. Just a little. Yeah, if your chef's exhausted, and then you're like, by the way, we're all just gonna sit here and watch you make dinner because we're all hungry.
I'm curious to see what tactics you have in place surrounded by
A sparkling tree camp.
What say we go hunting together? I'm fairly well versed in that.
Oh, really? Mia's a good hunter.
Better make sure we're well rested.
Another good spot to potentially... Dang. The game is just tantalizing, being like, hey, do some side quests. We're giving you great stopping points.
I definitely feel stronger.
Are they studying together? Not to be mean, but I wonder, is Lance illiterate? Just because it doesn't seem like the type of thing that you'd need to be in their line of work. You only get 10 years to live. You obviously go through your first, like, term or two, it seems like, doing military training, and then you fight. If it's not something like a hobby that you'd want to do, would it even be necessary? Like, I'm not saying that to be derogatory towards Lance. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if I found out that, like, half the main cast, you know? Most of the people in the colonies didn't read because it's not necessary. You wouldn't think. Although, maybe their communication devices or something like that make it necessary. Who knows? I'm still gonna go some more in the main story, though. I'm getting sucked in, and I gotta know what happens. Maybe the next stopping point it offers those, where we'll maybe do a couple side quests and call the stream.
Food is entirely missing!
Oh, did we get robbed?
Banana not even get single fill of stomach yet!
I just saw you stuffing your cheeks.
The rations should have been divided equally.
Banana walked more than used to today. Tummy was rumbly grumbly.
Not much we can do, though.
Banana is the one who talks the most like Tora, I think. Rika's mannerisms are a bit similar, but still.
Look, we've still got a ways to go. So you're gonna have to get used to rationing stuff out, okay?
It's rough, but if you don't show that kind of discipline, eventually you're going to be in a really tight spot. This is where they get robbed. I thought they were always leaving like someone on watch. Oh yeah, they're getting robbed. I thought they always left someone on watch. They talk about it multiple times at other campsites. Oh no, and Banana's gonna get blamed for it too.
Gasp! All the food's completely gone!
What's up? What's wrong?
What did you say was gone?
I think she was yelling about food.
What? No way. For real?
Oh no. Oh, Banana's so getting blamed for it.
Did not just put elsewhere and forget.
Nuh-uh. I'm positive it was right here.
Indeed. I checked it myself before I turned in.
Don't tell me someone scoffed the whole lot.
Oh, no way.
Oh no.
Banana unpolished.
Oh no.
That awful, false accusation!
Yeah.
Not even Manana ever stooped to such crude, vulgar behavior.
All right, we get it. Chill out already.
Manana refused to become frosty. This now matter of honor and dignity. For starters,
I know Manana was feeling a bit peckish.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that seemed like a good chunk of food. Those were like 3 or 4 vegetable-looking things that were like the size of banana.
Hey, check it.
A feather? But what kind?
Kind of looks like one of your feathers, Uni. To be fair.
These footprints. I think they're Turkin.
Mystery solved then. A Turkin feather.
So, they raided our supplies.
Lands can stop apology. Honor and dignity of Manana left in tatters from.
It's just odd. He's like a child getting scolded.
Please, lighten up already.
All accusations aside, we're really strapped for food.
Guess we'll have to go foraging.
I concur. Luckily, this area is pretty bountiful all in all, so we might not be too hard pressed.
Well, better get to it.
Right.
Okay.
Anyway, that clearly too much eat. Manana is bottomless pit.
Oh my gosh.
Well, had Riku know Manana is dainty eater?
Not denying.
Lies and deceit. On this day of days, Manana will have retribution!
Oh, I will have my retribution. She's turning into Eula. Is that a... Oh, no.
Looks like we've got ourselves a runner.
Oh, no.
Slipped out from the castle.
Is this okay? He could get in touch with Ouroboros. Won't that impact our previous arrangement?
Where is Ethel?
Not to worry. If he does make contact, they'll come.
Really?
Heck yeah, we will.
Ouroboros are simply like that.
Well, if you say so, we can probably take
I am literally like praying that it's just like a captive situation, not a... They don't off Ethel. It can't happen that way. But he wouldn't abandon, like he was really, like he was one of those like lieutenants that was really, really attached to his commander. Oh no. Oh, they were all asleep. Oh, was she supposed to be the one, on watch? It's okay, Meal. Yep. I was wondering if we were gonna go after the Turkin for our supplies, but still. And dude. Are we going hunting instead? Or are they just gonna like point us in the direction of supplies? Oh, yeah, no, we're hunting. Mia was saying in the background that she was familiar with hunting. Which surprised me given her weapon. Stolen provisions.
Anlude meat is sparking amazing.
Let's go
Guess we know
someplace
what's
else.
on the menu
okay.
today then.
I don't know why they like always rate these as a completely separate side quest though. I would just think that they'd just list it as part of the main story, but it's always this class is supposed to be good at juggling aggro. I just chained all 3 of my arts though. Maybe that's why. I just took a hefty chunk. I do think a big part of the reason why I'm not liking this bow class though is because I just cannot seem to get the grip of like it's weird to me. A bow. You would think the bow would be very, very obvious when you cancel your attack. And like I'm getting the timing sometimes. I'm trying to do it right as Noah releases the string on the bow. And I'm still just sometimes not getting the timing. but it's bothered me a lot. The rain of arrows thing is pretty cool though. The nice thing about chaining arts though is I'm literally just spamming it as the art's going on, and it seems like that gives me the circle every time. Which I didn't know if that would be the case, but I tested it, and at least on this weapon, seems to be the case. I have 50 health. Uh-oh. Maybe back up. Lane's is like, I didn't heal you, but I'll revive you. Imagine doing like a hardcore playlist. If like almost like a Pokemon Nuzlocke. If a character dies with a given weapon, you can't use them on that weapon anymore. And then if you any character no longer has a weapon they can use, you lose. That'd be kind of a funny challenge to do, but this game's so long and you drop characters pretty often, even in normal mode, that I think that would be really hard. That or you'd have to just over level. Which, to be fair, that's what I know a lot of people do in Nuzlocks, is they just over level until there's no chance of them losing. It's actually why I enjoy like watching, I was watching some of like Small Ant stuff recently, and he's actually done a bunch of challenges where it'll actually remove like wild encounters or stuff like that, and it makes it... Granted, I know in some of those he's had to just use like the daycare, which there's nothing wrong with that, but I don't think I could do like a Nuzlocke or anything like that. I haven't played a Pokemon game in such a long time. I used to love them as when I was a kid. I just haven't ever like been in a position where I'm like, I'm gonna pick one up, you know? Not really a reason other than that I haven't. I'm just gonna chain attack, forget it. But if I found one that I was like, ooh, I want to play this, I might. Like I said, I don't have a problem with them. I've met people that have like almost like stigmas around playing certain game genres, but that's never been my type of thing. If I want to play something, I'm gonna go play it. I just realized Lance is down, so we're not healing him. That's awkward. It's fine. I think this is the last enemy we have aggroed, so... Alright, Mia, that gives us the final one. We're already in overkill, so... It's not like we need to, worry too much about after this chain attack. So that's the primary reason I feel like recently when I use chain attack a lot, is to like get my people healed it up, to continue the fight. But when it's the last enemy, it's like, well, it doesn't actually matter a whole lot what we do. And it's unbound. I like the little eye shot too. I actually think of all the characters, my favorite eyes are probably Uni's. I think they're a really pretty color. It is kind of crazy though, just how big of a variance there can be in chain attack damage, depending on what you do. Like the 280k plus 280,000 plus one we did was a double Ouroboros one. Whereas like that was only 190k. But we only did 2 chain things, then we immediately went towards our Ouroboros one, stuff like that. Just interesting stuff. Oh no. Is that a bad thing when it's sparking? Why are we throwing rocks and making a bunch of noise?
Much relief. Glad Riku had just power frame last night.
Power frame? Is that why everyone can move really big? Oh, that's maybe why everyone can move like big rocks and stuff.
I get that we're weaker than Agnians, so we need this to get on more of an even footing in combat.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Friends say but. Why but?
We just need oomph.
And that must be why the circles are on their uniforms.
Sort of thing.
I didn't guess that, but... There's obviously different races on each side of the war, like Lanzes, I don't know what they're called. But there's like Lanzes, there's the animal ears like Mio's, the almost like angel wings on the head that Uni's is on Keves' side, like
You know what I mean.
the flame hair
Don't
thing
make me
like
say
Senna.
What friend want to use
It's interesting.
for? Well, not on your end by any chance. If so, Riku have to pass.
Oh, come on.
So Riku gets right.
Hmm.
Backing up, this plan of Lance, Noah privy to it? Make decision without consult allies? Bad form.
Yeah, Lan's the one that's going to feel the most responsible though, because Lan's obviously is the one who feels that it was his fault Yorn quote-unquote died back then.
He didn't. I did. In absence of complete picture?
Oh.
Well, but he's different. So after meet just once, Lance make up mind?
Hmm. This is one of those things that I feel like you play by ear, but you need to be cautious. If you're super set in the idea that Yorn is now an enemy, or Yorn can still be an ally, you're gonna get blindsided.
How's that gonna solve anything?
And Yorn did say himself, it could be the influence of Mobius. That's the way I always was, I just hit it, you know?
Not that kind
Terrifying. But who knows, really? The influence of Mobius, though, in anything with anyone is, I don't think, something that can be wholly discounted. I walked right by this. I've just come to the conclusion that I'm not going to intentionally aggro enemies until I walk past them, but, like, sometimes I swear. Huh. Ooh.
Hey, look! That's a really odd-looking tree.
I like Mio's size too, actually. The coloring makes, like, actually, like, matches, like, a, I don't know, foxy type thing.
Wondrous day! Cannot believe eyes! It's fruit of legend!
The bright fig.
Bright fig? What's a bright fig when it's at home?
Let me guess. They're stupidly delish.
Oh, guaranteed! Deliciousness is such that friends will be picking up jaws from ground for weeks! Uh-oh.
It's gonna be like a whomping willow tree.
Are they rotten or something?
Tragedy strike. These not ripe for plucking yet.
Oh,
let
never
alone
mind, okay.
eating. If eat now, bitter flavor cause
What?
death. Huh?
It's like the puffer fishes that if you don't prepare correctly, you die.
Bright fig not good for eating even after full yellow. Still have to wait another year before able to enjoy.
Another year.
Long. Man, so much for that.
Are there not any on the tree that we can
You
do?
can always come back next year. It's legendary,
Oh.
right? You wouldn't want to miss out.
Mio.
Guess we'll have to.
Mio.
But, Mio, year from now? Even if I might not get to do it. You guys can still have
I think the
taste.
other five are, it was saying though, are in like their
Why
8th
wouldn't you-
term.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Love, you've got to stop being so detached about it. You'll just get everyone feeling guilty.
Oh, sorry. Please don't mind me.
Don't mind me, she says. Course we're gonna mind you, doll.
Hmm. You don't see too much of the interaction between Mio and Uni,
How
actually.
can you be so casual about it?
What do you mean casual? I assure you, I'm not.
Well,
I'm
she just
actually
doesn't want
pretty
everyone
festive.
else to worry.
You defo don't look it.
If it looks that way to you, well, that's because I shouldn't even be here.
Oh, okay.
What do you mean?
Was she saved by someone else?
This life's a gift from
Hmm.
a dear friend. It should have been me. I should have died out there.
Survivor's guilt. Oh, is that another Offseer?
So this isn't really me. I'm just living on her time.
Oh.
Maybe that's why.
Why is this game so depressing? What the heck? Hmm. It's not often that you see Mio the one playing alone and not
That
Noah.
reminds me of us.
I know. When we're interlinked, I can see a glimpse. Inferno, destruction,
Yeah.
land screaming.
Noah's memories. What if, bear with me, that friend of yours, she showed up like you're
Uni, I like you. Don't.
as an enemy?
Please. Just,
I suppose I'd want to know same as Lance.
yeah.
Simply why?
Gotcha. I figured.
Why is it that you gave your life for mine? Why?
Hmm.
You could have lived longer yourself, Miyabi. Why did you do it?
So her name was Miyabi?
Hmm.
Sorry. Guess it's a sensitive subject.
It's funny. I thought I had it all locked down. Thank you. Whatever a reason, I'd accept it. The facts. Whatever the truth may be.
And that's it. No looking back.
While my de facto partner's running full steam ahead. I mean, I can't very well go backwards, can I now?
Your partners now, eh? I suppose you are at that. I wonder, how does he see things?
I think there's more food to find over there.
This game, like, it's really, really sad. But it has me, like,
Stick to the plan.
oh gosh dang it. I'm just gonna, but this game, it's really, like, sadly, hauntingly beautiful. Like, even just that main theme, just with the flute, like, it was very strange to me, because we've obviously, like, outside of, like, sure, sometimes you hear just Mio play, sometimes you hear just Noah play, but usually the one who's doing stuff like that with purpose when it comes to playing as an Offseer is Noah. You know, I think I mentioned it earlier in the stream, I think Noah's the one who's, like, so heavily dedicated to it, like it's his purpose. Whereas Mio, it always did seem to me, I had no idea that was the case, but it always seemed to me that, like, she thought it was important, just not in, like, it wasn't the same way. Obviously, different people, different ideals. And you can tell different Offseers see things differently, because clearly there's an Offseer quest in every single colony for that specific Offseer, for that colony. But it's just, like, it's really sad, but in, like, a hauntingly beautiful kind of way. Like Mio just talking about, it mirrors, like, the lands of sacrifice, and there's got to be countless other sacrifices like that have happened. You know? A friend gave their life so that someone else could live in the midst of this war. Mio's, like, even if it's still shaking her up inside, the fact that she understands she only has so much more time left to live. And the way Mio talks, too, like, it actually made sense to me that it wasn't something that, like, Uni didn't catch on to it at first. Like, oh, you can come back in a year's time, you know? It makes sense to me that maybe Uni didn't catch on to that. If it had been Taion or Senna, because of the concern they showed way back when we were even just choosing, like, the desert route, they probably would have brought it up. But, like, just, I don't know, just the interactions between these characters, like, Lance and Taion slowly getting along together better. You know, like, I don't think there was that much development as to why, like, Uni and Taion stopped arguing all the time, but they're also interlinked, so they've shared some of those intimate memories, which to me alone probably makes up for that, you know? But I really do hope these characters get a happy ending. Most other Xenoblade games, and by the other ones I mean, I've been told by my friend who loves Xenoblade Chronicles X is the one, like, he loves that game. a lot. And I really love 2, but that's the only one I played. I actually didn't even have a chance to finish Torna, now that I think about it. Completely forgot about that. But there are a lot of enemies here. But just knowing that there was such a happy ending in 2, I really hope that they do get that. Just happily ever after. I'm a sucker for those types of things, but like I want Mio especially, Mio, Noah, all of them, but like it's just the big concern for me is obviously Mio from the start being the one closest, you know. And it's just still, even if I haven't mentioned it as much in recent streams, the fact that she only had 3 months when we started this journey, in terms of their time, obviously, like, left to go, it's constantly on my mind. That and the whole Ethel situation's been on my mind too. Like, I was thinking we were gonna have like another solid chapter before they explained anything about that, because the game was, we parted ways with her at like the beginning of chapter 2, I thought, and then never heard about it again. But like if her lieutenant's out, I can't remember his name, but if her lieutenant's out running away, then either Ethel is dead or she's captured. I really don't think she's dead. That wouldn't make any sense to me. She's our first hero. Even if we haven't had her since we basically got her, we had her for like 1 mission. I cannot imagine she's dead, which makes me think she's just captured. Which wouldn't be like a... There's a precedent for that in Xenoblade games, you know? But, again, the situation's obviously dire that her lieutenant, who is one of the most loyal lieutenants to the commander I think we've seen so far, is literally sprinting full tilt away from there, you know? And we obviously knew from the start the situation was dire because they were like, yeah, by the way, we just blew a hole in this mountain. Our next target is your colony. Oh, man, is apologizing. To be fair, it never feels good to be accused of something you didn't do. Yeah, just the character development between all these 6. Like, I don't know why, but the 6 plus Riku Mineta does feel like a really good cast size. And then the hero, it's just funny to me that the hero's always just kind of standing in the background. No matter where you are, they're just like, yeah, by the way, they're here. They're not really doing anything, but they're just here in the background.
All right then. That should be us good for food now.
Yeah. Looks like that'll last us
Why
a
do I
while.
feel like it's gonna get stolen by Turkin again? That would be pretty funny.
What's wrong, Mio?
Who's there? Come out!
It's either the Turkin or it's him, the lieutenant. It's a lieutenant.
Borealis.
Borealis. I remembered it was something like, sounded like Constellation, like Borealis. I couldn't remember what it was, and I didn't want to say something super wrong. But Borealis. Yeah, he was injured pretty bad.
Yeah, much better. I owe you.
What are you doing over this way? I thought you were going to the castle.
Yeah.
No, I went.
And this is what I got for my trouble.
So, tell us, what happened?
Okay. Scary thing is Mobius predicted that if he does meet up with us, they'll go to the castle. And clearly that's where we're about to go. And if it's optional, that's where we're going.
But why, Your Majesty? Why would you attack Colony 4?
You came into contact with Ouroboros, did you not? I'd call it burning out the contagion.
Oh.
Contagion?
You're implying we've been contaminated?
Have you not? You've been removed from the protection of the flame.
Oh, the protection of the flame
You no
blocks.
longer need to wager your lives in battle.
Who struggles not in life deserves not to live.
Wow.
That is the compact of our
Really?
nation, and moreover, the truth.
Majesty. My queen.
Yet, to punish you all for fate's machinations would be a misstep. Therefore, I shall grant you a chance.
What must I do?
Eliminate Ouroboros.
Oh, gosh. Dang it.
You want me to... Noah and the rest?
Naturally, I am cognizant of the fact that the enemy is wily and capable.
So does she
I
say
have
no?
no intention of sending you alone.
Or are we fighting her again? I remember way back when she first said she was going to the castle, I was like, oh, I want Cammuravi.
Cammuravi? Why are you here?
Ethel. How? But you're not even on the same side.
Yeah.
Entertainment.
Pardon?
Isn't this console's name N too? Pretty sure they've mentioned it multiple times this session alone, but... Seriously though, this guy just looks like a Noah clone. And I'm starting to wonder if there's some weird timey thing. Like this is Noah from another timeline. I've played too much Fire Emblem recently. Thinking of Lucina. Except evil Lucina.
The power you two wield surpasses even some of our consorts. I have great hope for you.
Oh no.
Cammuravi.
So we've got Candlehead and Ethel coming out for us. But then why is he running away? Did she surely just said no, and that's where the issue came from, right?
They gave Ethel and Cammuravi new furnaces.
Okay.
They've been made specifically to kill Ouroboros.
Oh my gosh.
The tune-up might take
So
a
you
little
do
while,
get more flame clocks, apparently.
though you don't have much time.
She said yes?
The two of them
Ethel,
are after your
what?
heads.
But the fact that he's out here makes me think that she did maybe help him escape.
That's why I came here.
Yeah,
To
I'm
give
just...
you warning. They
I
already
wonder if
know
he's
your
playable.
position. That's how I found you in the first place.
He's not a commander of a colony, but like... He's a unique enough character that if he was one of the hero units, I wouldn't be super surprised. That's, horrifying. Does this mean Cammuravi's not playable? I was so certain. I was like, man, I've got it figured out. Cammuravi's going to be one of the playable characters.
Plans of the castle. They were tuning up my Pharaonis when I happened.
Okay, so she did help him get out. That makes me think that she's just putting up a front.
For the Annihilator. Take them and go back to Colony 4.
I believe in her, though.
Commander, you mean?
If they can find us wherever we are, I want to at least secure a way for us to put up a fight. Am I wrong?
But Mom, we can't very well.
Yeah, they might have
Also,
to.
About Noah's group. If you happen across them, tell them this. I will use lethal force. Yes?
What?
Furthermore, tell them I wish them all the best of luck.
Did they...
I hope they reach their goal.
Oh,
Commander?
I'm so sad. If he's trying to sneak out, he did not do a very good job. That's probably why he's injured. I'm just gonna sprint across in front of everyone. Oh, now we try to hide. I sprinted straight across the open. Wait a second. I should be hiding. Let me just peek across my shoulder around the under, and then we run through the open again. But he did risk his life to give us this information, so... Still a good guy, but... Dang. I get that she's in a position where if she's choosing between us and her entire colony, as a leader, the decision makes sense, but I'm not happy about it. That just... Oh, that hurts me a little bit inside.
Sounds serious. And still telling us to just
Yeah.
keep going?
It's very characteristic of her.
For you.
Do the correct thing in terms of what will save the lives of her people, but...
Because of you slipping out?
Hardly. I'm just one missing foot soldier. No one's gonna pay
One
any
missing
mind.
foot soldier, also the lieutenant.
But your wounds earlier.
Truth is, air from falling off a cliff on the way here. It was dark as snuff.
I hate you. Maybe he's just trying to make us feel better, but like, really?
This is our problem now. You focus on achieving your objective.
We appreciate it.
But man, why's the commander got to duke it out with you lot, eh? And why was our foe Cammuravi there, the Aspar? Feels like the whole world's turned on its head.
The Aspar is his title, huh? I'm really worried that we not only don't get
You lot scoot on along out of these parts.
Ethel, but maybe Cammuravi
Still
sometime.
some time before they're done tweaking.
It would not be the first time I've had a prediction like this and just been blatantly wrong, but I was so sure. I was like, oh, we'll get Ethel back, Cammuravi will be playable, we're gonna recruit all the super powerful, like, commanders. That'll be great.
What? Really?
What?
That light we saw a while back.
Yeah.
If that had come from the Annihilator,
Yeah.
even if we were to somehow reach our destination, if it was at the cost of all your lives, it wouldn't be worth it.
Well, we are falling into exactly what Mobius said we
Surviving
do.
like that, I couldn't bear it.
Mimi.
Mio. Boliaris. The castle plans. Can you share them?
Noah, you're not... You wouldn't.
The fact remains, it was us that destroyed your clock.
Yeah.
Therefore...
Yes, but that's...
Either way,
Yeah,
it's clear
that's
at least
fair.
part of the blame lies with us.
I don't want to go confront
it's
them,
only
though.
fair, then, that we destroy this Annihilator. Agreed?
Alright, then.
You for real?
I'd be up for a little detour.
Same here.
Alright, then let's do it.
He did offer us shelter. That creates an obligation.
No way around. Someone here needs to keep friends in line. Count Riku in.
If plan on fighting,
To be fair, a massive weapon like that, if we're in the castle, they can't fire at us. They can fire it at all of our friends, which is what we're trying to prevent, but, like, they can do that anyways.
No looking back.
What are they going to do, though? It's attached to the castle.
While my de facto partner's running full steam ahead.
Hmm.
I mean, I can't very well go backwards, can I now?
Oh, fine. Go on then. You wouldn't make it far inside the castle without a proper healer anyway.
Taion's not a proper healer. I know that's not what she meant by it, but still.
Thanks, guys. You're the best.
Hey, don't worry about it, man. If you're one of our heroes later on, I wasn't super impressed with you to start, but if you're one of the heroes later on, that wouldn't be so bad.
I'll head back to Colony 4. In case the shit hits the fan. Good luck, then.
It's one of my favorite things to say, too.
Yeah. We'll be alright.
Good luck, man. Don't go tripping off a cliff again. To be fair, I thought Colony 4, it did seem like one of the more mobile colonies.
We're up against the castle.
So,
Get too close, and we may come under fire.
yeah.
What's our plan?
Sneak in?
I think we'll be able to manage, as long as we're careful.
That's not a plan, alright? Like, that's just a literal precaution, saying we'll be careful. Like, really? That's one of those that goes without saying things, and we need a plan.
Come to think of it, you used to go to the castle for Offseer training once a year,
Oh, okay.
right, Nah?
Once a year.
Black fog. Is there much there?
Could only have been a few times
There's
then.
actually quite a bit.
Isn't that what
Around
obscured
this
them
time,
from...
The whole area is shrouded in it.
Couldn't that work in our
They
favor?
couldn't find us in that cave in Neil Valley, right?
Yeah.
And you think we can repeat that?
Maybe.
But I mean, they've already... Mobius has already predicted that we're gonna go there. Like,
What if
seriously.
an annihilation event occurs?
You know, I hadn't really given it much thought up until you mentioned it.
Nice.
But
Great.
oddly, it hasn't been happening.
Seriously?
I'm not sure why. Behind the castle, there's an ether deposit being mined in an area facing a lake. The ether being obtained there is then delivered into the castle through a freight entrance.
So that's where we'll get our sneak on.
There won't be anyone in the containers. If we can just get to them...
Noah's got good
without
looking
being
eyes, too.
spotted.
Then we can get into the castle.
Sorry, that's just
Okay,
been on my mind since I
let's
mentioned it
wait
earlier.
for the guards to slip. What
Hmm.
do we do once we're inside the place?
Taion, the sensors. What was the Colony 4 soldiers' search radius with the fog out?
Their scanning range, I'd put in the ballpark of 15 metri.
Look here.
It's interesting that we have just straight up a blueprint of the castle, though. That's a huge advantage.
If we make
Like,
it
it's
through
a
here
crazy
and
huge
get to the
advantage.
main housing, it'll land us in front of the Annihilator.
Less chance of being spotted by troops outside, too.
We can do this.
There's one concern. The castle is the Queen's residence. What if we're found by the consuls?
Then I guess we'll have
Yeah.
a fight on our hands.
The problem is if we have to fight more than one console,
But
that's
it's not like we don't have a retreat.
horrifying.
Here.
And when you consider how powerful just a singular
In
one alone
Keves,
has been.
After a homecoming, they wash away the belongings of the dead
Oh,
as
okay.
part of a ritual. It's an understated affair. And the channel they use for it is here. It flows straight out, connecting to the lake outside the castle.
I get the feeling we'll be using that. Whether it's as an escape route when all is said and done,
We
or...
open a hatch near the Annihilator, ride
Yeah.
the current, and we should come out right at the lake.
I don't think things are going to go this...
Every time we run, why do we always end up getting drenched?
Hmm.
I mean, feathers are a bitch to dry.
Every time being our grand total of once.
I think it's been more than once, hasn't it?
Let's just hope we don't have to fight. That's the ideal
Taion's
case.
colony and... Well, I guess the other one, it was them, you know, taking a bath and Lance jumped in after
Ready
him,
whatever
but...
supplies you need. Then we can go.
Things are getting serious. I'd like to get up right to, I'll probably end the stream right as we get up to the castle, and then next stream I'll just be us like, let's infiltrate the castle. Seems like a good place to go. We're still neglecting side quests, but you know, that's... Yeah. Off stream I will probably go try and, like I was saying, get that one resource one up to like 90% and then go. But we've been going for like 4 hours now. I'm super interested and I want to see how things go. I'm really like into this, but knowing me, if I don't stop soon, I'm going to get stuck doing this and I'm going to play the game for like 10 hours and I could, you know, it's not like I have anything better to do with my time. But uploading a VOD, my VODs on YouTube already takes a long time. I usually do it, if, you know, anyone's wondering why my VODs usually randomly go up at like 3 or 4 in the morning. It's because I play games and stuff with my friends usually at night. Or I go off, eat dinner with my family, do whatever. You know, the usual. And then I will kind of, right as I go to sleep, I upload the VOD, get it going on YouTube, and then let it upload, and then I think it just goes public whenever it's done.
Talk about we getting any closer?
But surely we'll get to a point where there's a landmark, and then I can teleport to that when we're ready, is the idea here. Yeah, I've had enough with that weapon. I'm not a big fan of it. Let's use Xeon's weapon a bit, though. I wasn't as impressed with Xeon's weapon as I was Riku and Nanana's. I did like theirs a bit more. But... it is still sword and shield, you know? How? I feel like I end up defaulting to playing Mio a lot, though. And it's not just because I like Mio, it's just because she ends up being on weapons that I like a lot. Granted, right now Senna technically has my favorite weapon, but... I don't really mind. Like I've said a billion times, I literally played like only Rex. Even though Morag and Zeke were my two favorite characters aside from Pyramithra, I basically only played Rex just because it was very effective. Though this game, again, it doesn't really matter who you play, you can just put your favorite weapons on someone and go. Which I actually like. I do like, because it... I don't know. Yeah, a bit intimidating. I have a feeling that this infiltration mission is not going to go well. Also, how are we going to destroy the Annihilator if the thing's massive? Do we just have bombs? Are we going to transform into all three of our interlink forms and just go at it? Can Noah's sword... I mean, the flame clock usually is really high up. But if we fell from here, we'd like... This is a little bit late to be saying things like that when you've been sliding across canyons on, like, the 6-inch wide ropes. Yep, just move up to Keves Castle. Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, I was mentioning this when we were first sliding across ropes and nobody else paid it any heed. They were like, oh, this is fun. And now we're afraid of doing it. Kind of funny. Ooh, more cutscene. Yeah, I'm surprised these two can get along at all.
Ways we could meet again, it ends up being this. The
I wonder
irony
if
of it all.
Cammuravi probably wasn't demoted on his side.
You're bound. That is how I see it.
Bound. That certainly sounds like you. You're talking about
Fate.
Okay.
I think that is how you would put it.
fate, you say? Why? Why did you agree to be reborn?
What?
So you know.
There were rumors that you were imprisoned, that you took the blame.
So
for
is
the
rebirth of the...
colony's
Wait,
seizure.
whoa, hold up, hold the phone. Does that mean that Uni was also reborn and that's why she had the memories from that one cutscene? I think it was last stream. In the wreckage of that one colony that we saw. When she had like a memory of her getting like stabbed by the console. If rebirth is a thing,
It was only fitting.
that changes the whole dang landscape of the plot.
There and then.
Yeah, I thought she didn't kill him here. That's why I was like, oh, okay, they were both just still alive.
Only through death can our feud be resolved. In a way, I am grateful. Now that I've been blessed with a Pharaonis.
See, the problem is too, if
another chance.
If rebirth is a thing, they might actually kill Ethel. And that's how we get her back. I don't want that to be the case, but that might be what they do.
A Pharaonis. This is for me.
Absolutely. It's been tailor-made to suit your every need. The same goes for his Pharaonis.
Okay.
So you better make the most of it.
So is she aware that the consoles have... And this explains too potentially how she was like a war hero that saved them when they were younger, yet was still alive. You know? If rebirth is a thing.
Good girl. I guess they don't call you Silvercoat Ethel for nothing. What a clever thing you are. Those ones are a bit special. They're tied to both yours and Cammuravi's lives. The more the two of you get heated up, the more your power grows. Oh, doesn't that sound sublime? Even though you're released from the struggle of life.
I'm still wondering though if any of these consoles are people we know. They obviously hinted about Mio's friend. There's potentially Taion's former commander. I don't know if that'll be the case, but there's a lot of things that I'm just still unclear about. There's so many thoughts running in my head for things that could be. I'm still like on the fence. Surely Cammuravi. I was like, surely at the beginning of the stream, I thought for sure Cammuravi was going to be a hero unit, and now I'm less sure. And I'm less sure about Ethel rejoining us. But seriously though, if rebirth is a thing, we might actually have to fight her to the death, and then we just get her reborn, maybe.
Their hope,
I don't really want that to be the case, but jeez.
dreams, desires, the future.
Like, I had an idea though, I think I mentioned it, like,
They are hope
when we saw Uni's quote-unquote previous death, I remember saying something like, well, maybe they have like a blueprint almost, you know, I think is the word I used, for different people. You know, if they can only live for 10 years, you know, they can't just continually make countless unique people, in theory, right? If it is the queens that make them, or, you know, the consoles or whatever. But if rebirth is a thing, it makes you wonder too, like, the Noah-looking console. Could that actually be Noah? But one that, like, somehow Noah was reborn, and then the old version stayed? That just... The implications of rebirth being a thing in this game are massive. Like, it actually, I think, changes the entire landscape of things that could happen, as well as the potential plot. Like, seriously. That's crazy. And it makes you wonder too, again, like, I remember saying, like, I wonder if Uni was an Ouroboros in a previous life, because we obviously saw the incidents that made them Ouroboros. Could she have met a previous Taion in a previous life? Could Mio and Noah have met a previous version of Mio and Noah? You know, Senna and Lance. Stuff like that. It's just kind of, like, it's one of those implications of, like, if everyone can only live 10 years, and there's only actually, like, imagine there's only, say, like, few thousand, just random ballpark number, people, and then they're just reborn. Whether they die or they reach homecoming, you know? Because the previous version of Uni seemed to have been killed by the console. So it's not really a reaching homecoming thing or not. I think they've mentioned, like, returning to the Queen or something, but if previous Uni was killed by a console, maybe that's not the case. And then, like, it's one of those, like, depending on how long this war's been going on, if people keep being reborn, maybe everyone has met everyone else in previous lives, you know? Like, stuff like that is genuinely, like, kind of a fascinating concept to me. And a scary one, but... oh, that's just crazy. Like, that is insane. And it looks like we're about to find a really good stopping point. Because if this is going to be a rest to progress the main story, then this will be a good point to stop, and then we'll go infiltrating Keves Castle next time. And continue neglecting our side quests.
It'll still take a while on foot.
We'll rest here today.
Okay.
And head out at
Well, we
first
might be a
light.
little bit of ways away, but still, next stream will probably be titled Infiltrating Keves Castle. Because that seems to be the next big major plot point. When do we reach Sword March, though? Like, we keep getting derailed.
What a relief. I was worried about the water.
Oh, okay. They just have running water here. Apparent. Oh. That didn't break.
You alright?
Yeah, my hand slipped. Better wash this again.
I wonder, do you get weaker as time goes on? As you're getting closer to your homecoming date? Kind of like age. They don't literally go to old age, but like... Mio.
Am I losing feeling?
Tomorrow, we'll finally reach the castle lands. I want us to be at our readiest. We should run one final check of everyone's equipment.
Fine for you, isn't it?
Oh.
All that time you've got.
Oh, Mio, don't start getting
We
resentful.
keep taking this at such a casual pace. Now Sword March seems so distant.
Please don't take it out on Noah, Mio.
What am I even doing? I can't.
I understand where she's coming from, but...
You still have 2 months
So it's only
left.
been a
If
month.
we take care of this now, we can ensure the colony's safe.
It's only been a month.
Just
That's
maybe
surprising.
We can make an ally of
We're in
people
chapter
the
4 and it's
castle.
only been 1.
It'll make getting to Sword March a bit
She's
easier.
gonna snap.
Still. It's 2 months. Might as well be nothing.
Oh.
But you did.
No, that's
agree
not
to
what
do
you should be
this.
saying
Well,
right
yeah,
now.
but I know I did, but
Look, I know it was a snap decision. I understand why you're upset. Let's just take it easy tonight. Take a moment to breathe.
why wouldn't I be upset? Take what easy? We rest today, and tomorrow, before I know it, it'll be time. And then I'll be...
I mean, I get that, but we...
You don't get it! Not at all!
Oh.
What the spark?
That's one of those volatile
No,
situations where it's...
Do you think you're perfect?
Oh.
Huh? How could I be perfect? I'm just a regular guy.
It's no one's fault, but...
Even Mimi has her faults. We're only human. The truth is, she's terrified. She needs someone to tell her that everything will be all right.
I mean, you.
Yeah. I just want to give Mio a hug, but...
Never seen her like this. Poor Mimi. She actually tells you stuff.
I have seen her thoughts, you know.
No. I'm not talking about any of that. She just needed to vent.
She did?
Yeah, everyone needs to sometimes.
I'm actually kind of jealous.
Huh?
You're an Offseer, Noah. I thought you were sharper than this.
What's that supposed to...
You better give her a good apology later, you hear? Got it? Promise me that.
Sure.
He's just like, what did I do? they were watching too.
Yeah, you can count me out for any of that.
Yeah.
Huh? Well, maybe.
Maybe? What you mean?
Forget it. In any case, it has no bearing on our objective.
Too right. We'll get all this done. The next stop, the city.
Right. For Mio's sake.
They have spent a lot of time kind of cultivating
First
the
time we've agreed on something, eh?
kindred friendship growing between these two.
Hey. What's that in aid of?
Do the right thing. Come on.
High five? He's just...
Sorry, but I refuse
debase
to face
myself.
myself like this.
To be fair, I don't think Lens is really reading the atmosphere.
You be that way.
I just want to give Mio a hug though, like, seriously. I think all 6 of them kind of just need one, but like, Mio especially.
Manana!
Cannot possibly eat portion of Riku.
Meh! No more snooze. Sun already hang high in sky.
Looks like he's reviewing the Prince of the Castle, maybe. The workout buddies. The trainer. I mean, Nels actually works out a surprising amount whilst training. Just
Sorry
swinging a
about
sword, not
last
like
night.
push-ups
I
and
was just
stuff
feeling
like
the
that.
pressure.
I should be sorry. I didn't realize. It must be tough for you, I'm sure.
This belonged to a friend. We served in the same colony. She was my officer partner.
Okay.
Miyabi was her name.
She told Uni about it. I don't think Noah
So
or
your
Lance knows about her.
officers sometimes work in pairs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I was surprised when you joined in and played alongside me back then. Anyway, one day there was an experiment. And she told me to keep on living. To live life in her stead. To fight on. But the stupid thing is, I was the one who was older than she was.
Now I see. That was...
Say, wanna exchange flutes.
What?
Okay.
But isn't that...
I guess it's a little too icky.
No, no. I don't care about that. I'm just trying
I
to
just
say...
like it to be used a little longer. To make up for the time me Abby lost. You'll still be around after me.
If Mio actually dies, I don't care if the reborn thing is thing, and that's how we get her back, I'm gonna riot.
Alright, it's a trade.
I'm gonna be really sad. Even more so than if Ethel dies and we have to have her, like... It's just,
Don't worry. I don't really mind either.
Thank you for the chat. I'm kind of surprised.
Surprised?
Even after interlinking, there's still things I don't know about you.
Well, of course. How can you when there are things I don't understand myself? You're not going to pick up on everything.
Gotta put it into words first.
Yeah, but it doesn't always work, even then.
Like last night.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
That was me being selfish.
I don't think
But
that's being
now,
selfish, everything
I feel
going
like we're
on.
starting to get on the same wavelength.
Maybe interlinking just helped that along. To bring us a little closer together.
Maybe, yeah. That might just be it.
Hey, can we take 5?
That's really wholesome. Wow, okay. Again, another stream where there's a lot to unpack. Honestly, guys, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream there. As always, I'll get the VOD posted on YouTube sometime tonight / tomorrow morning, whenever it goes up. And the next time, we'll focus on the castle and continue. I've been joking about it, but we'll probably continue to put off side quests. Maybe do some resource farming and stuff for that one, but... yeah, I'm really excited to see how this goes. Thanks for everyone who stopped by, watched the stream, watched the VOD or anything. And I will catch you next time. Bye.